It's insane. This is an insane situation there. So, yeah, the question is, do you stop a position at a certain percentage? No, I'm just using dollars. Like $50, $20. So if you typically put a 200 pips stop on a 1K, it's going to be $20, right? So if you're going to swing trade it and you're going to put a 200 pip stop on the guppy because you think it's going to retrace eventually someday, or whatever you're trading you think is going to actually do something that's going to do something that you want it to do, it's something you want to have happen. Then here, let me join the chat here. Try to get my but yeah, so right, that's really going to be, people talk about 2%. I was just watching this mindful trading girl. I was going to do a video about her, but well, she's in some 5%er club, and she's trading fucking 26K, 24K, 26K, 19K. I'm like, what the fuck is this chick doing? She's on 5-6 currency pairs. She stopped out every fucking thing. She's down like $300. I'm like, are you only allowed to trade like 5 tickets at the Fivers? This thing called the Fivers, what is it? Prop firm.
Yeah, the prop firm.
Yeah, this is the Fivers. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, what's going on here? Let me make sure you're on the. So we're Oh, how's it going, man? To wake you up, or are you over there in England where you guys have been doing?
No,
Crumpets.
I'm a night guy.
Oh
It's
yeah.
only 1:30 here, so not crazy late, but I usually am up.
Yeah. No, it's I just get anxious, and of course, then I will look at my phone and I see that the market's going nuts, so I got to wake up and manage the drama. Yeah. So you're forex guy or NASDAQ? Are you a NASDAQ guy or forex guy? There's so many NASDAQ kids out there. These people that are like, I can trade NASDAQ, but I really have to pay attention. Like this something. It's like saying I have a car that goes 180 miles an hour. Really, hope you got like not overdriving your headlights.
Yeah, I kind of a little bit of both. So strangely enough, I know you know Vinny.
Oh yeah, Vinny's out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, I love Vinny. I'm not going to say anything.
No, I like Vinny because
Vinny's
Vinny. Vinny's actually, to me, he's a radio guy. Like if you listen to his intros and outros, he spent a lot of work. Like there's a lot of energy to produce that shit.
Yeah,
even if you're good at it.
I use his. I've been using his stuff for a little bit. And I've been doing your ticket stuff for, I've been watching you since like 2015 or something. Crazy, just like on and off. And so I always just kind of check in with what you're doing.
Yeah, right now I'm hog long the euro right now. I'm really long the euro because we're in this delta, and it's like it's waiting for that last. I don't know if there's news coming out today on home sales, but I guess the big news is going to be, what is the Fed going to do? And like, who cares? I mean, the euro's going to go through the roof. They already raised interest rates. I mean, if you want a fundamental argument, which I'm not into that shit, because I just watched Pike, from Trader's Way, and I watched him yesterday. So I did some perusing yesterday, see other people's streams, and this one kid was short. His name is I can't remember his name. Just a little guy. And all these people got a mentorship, so cute. I'm like, well, dude. So he says, I'm about to get filled, And I'm watching him stream. He's coming. He's got the guppy or something up there, or the euro versus the yen. People love these crazy pairs. So I'm watching it, and the guy he's filled on a sell stop. I thought it was a limit, and I go, nice entry, and then I realized it was a sell stop, and I'm like, holy shit. And then he's like, yeah, I'm letting this go, and I think I'm going to take profits. I'm like, holy shit, you're in the fucking trap. You're in the vacuum. You're like a mini vac on the 15 or something. I'm like, dude, So I'm typing into the chat. I'm like, it's going way up. And I said, it's an auction. And he goes, there's an auction. So he went to the news feed of, because he didn't understand what I was saying. Then I had to just kind of just blurt it out, market maker, these smart money market maker, all this, stop hunt, against. So basically, he's a pure retail guy. He's getting in a stop entry after confirmation that he's in a downtrend. He's already prepped himself. All these bias guys, I think, are getting screwed because they come into the market with the Trader's Way guy yesterday was like, yeah, I'm just bearish. I'm not even going to think about taking a long here. Even though the trend's up, you should have heard this guy. You blow your mind. But people are so biased, dude. I mean, so it's tough, right? It's tough because if you believe that boys are boys and girls are girls, then you can't hedge. You know what I mean? So you have to almost be a tranny to trade mentally. You know what I'm saying? Not that you have to dress up, but it's tough.
Yeah.
Right? It's tough to be flexible. Oh, today I'm a girl. Today I'm a boy.
I know, but if you just look, I mean, I don't know. I'm sitting here, I'm looking at a 5-minute Euro chart, and it's just up, down, down for 4 days in a row. I'm like, how do you can't, I mean, there's no trend for 4 days.
What I'm looking at is that wick that tagged a supply zone that if you look at the 4-hour chart, I got it on my phone. So I stare at my phone a lot. Like, this is my little, I suppose, security blanket, my phone. Because if my computers blow up, I can always go. That's the nice thing about the expirations on these tickets is that if something goes terribly wrong, that's the only 8-hour bank of limits you got out there, right? On some harebrained plunge retrace idea. But so that's the saving grace of that. But yeah, the up and down on the 5, it's like, well, if you got a spread of 0 and you're trading standard lots, I get it. You can pick fucking about $300 every morning just dicking around with a 6-second chart. You can do it, man. With a 0 spread, give me a 0 spread, 6-second chart, and give me flat commissions at a half a pip, and I'll be there all day. Like, oh yeah, this is fucking. But do you want to be there all day, or do you want to step back and swing trade it like a big, like a big wide 100 pip stop guy? Yeah, the scripts don't work on an Android. They'll only work on Windows. Unless you can put Linux on your tablet, maybe, and then run Wine. I don't know. I was watching this guy talk about how you can run a virtual machine. But yeah, the only downfall is it's using some of your memory. It's not like it's not. Yeah, it's a shell. I get it. But it's like, dude, I thought a virtual machine was like machine learning. I was watching this video and like, oh, this is just about fucking running a shell on top of your shell. We've already done that with Windows 8, and it's fucking Windows 10. I'm ready to kill myself. Personalize the computer. Asking me how to change the colors in Windows. The only way to go is change your theme, and then if you change your theme, you can't read half the shit inside a fucking MetaTrader because MetaTrader's not enjoying Windows 10 at all. Now in Windows XP, which I used to run, was exquisite. You could change the frame window width. You could change, like right now, the labels inside of MetaTrader. They're big giant labels, so I'd scrunch those down because I want a maximum charting space. But, you're living in Windows 10, and then you're going to virtually have a machine that you don't even own pretty soon because the chipset's going to be locked to the fucking chip in your head. The chipset has been registered to your fucking brain in some way on the back door. Literally, there's a hatch on the back of your fucking skull. But, still, diesel trucks, every time I see a diesel truck going on the road, I go, there you go. There's no app for that. There's no app for hauling shit, I'm sorry, there's no solar panel diesel truck that I know of, or solar panel big rig Caterpillar truck. Wait for sunny days to do construction now. So what you in the United States, it sounds like, yeah, no?
Yeah, I'm Mountain Time.
California dreamer?
No, I'm Mountain Time.
Oh, wow.
So,
yeah. You got those windmills on the mountains. Put the windmill on the mountain. Is that going to perform better, the windmill on the mountain? But the only problem is that the extension cord is so long by the time electricity makes it to the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, we have a ton of windmills around here. I don't know if they're worth a shit. I don't know if they're worth the money or not, but
dead birds.
We have a ton of them. So
I say the guys that
put them there.
They open a restaurant that serves dead birds from windmills. Like this is fresh caught.
Yeah, those things move around. They're moving at like 100 miles an hour. Like you can't tell, but they're because they're so massive that those things are flying around.
Yeah, just get a just get a Dell. Here's what I have. Of course, mine. I got a couple of these because they don't last too long. If you get a Dell Windows 8, for like $60, refurbished or whatever used. I don't think they make them anymore. But if you load MetaTrader on there and get a lot of RAM, I mean, you're not probably going to run games in there, and then just have the run the graphics up really big to bring the graphics up to 200% on the tablet, so that if you had double clicks at the market, so you drive in the car. So I used to drive in, and I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna drive to my office, and I'm gonna grab grab some trades here, because I used to trade on a Windows phone. They used to have a Windows phone, had HTC about 12 years ago, and I'd trade while driving in the United States in a Nano account out of Texas. And it was hilarious. I was like, this is crazy. I had like $200 in the account, and I'm buying the yen as it tanks. Buying at the market, no stops. The account's a stop. So either the account's a stop, or So I see this chick lose $300 on the. She's the mindful trader girl, and I'm like, damn, you just lost fucking $300, man. That's like crazy. She's saying what I did wrong, and she kept saying I didn't follow my plan. No, your plan sucked. First of all, following it wouldn't help too much. And he's like, yeah, I kind of. She's looking at the big picture. You should see how she starts off the video. Bless her heart, she's trying the best she can because everything she learned. She took this class called and I get it, right? The what do you call it? The story of price. It went here, it went there. Yeah, what's it doing now? What can I do about it fucking right now? Like, that's my question always. Yeah, what do I do right now? So these guys are hemming and hawing. You should see how many people are bearish on the. Then this other guy called the Trader Nick. Oh my, this poor guy. He took a stop. He had let him hit a stop. He goes, yeah, I knew I was going to get stopped out of that. He lost like $700 on this trade. I'm like, one trade? Really? And then I just Trader Nick. And then he's got this thing. We got this new app called Better Targets, and it has commitment of traders on there. And why you want to go long the euro? Why you want to go short the euros? Because all the retail guys are long. So what? So what? I don't get that. Can you explain commitment of traders to me? Anybody, please. I mean, it's such a. It's like, and then people are going to go, oh, it's already baked into the market. No shit. I'm looking at the chart. I can see the behavior of everybody right now. It's a big delta. Everybody's sitting still going, what's the news going to be? Well, we know what it's going to be. Shit. It's always shit. Come on. Now go ahead. Say something. I can talk forever. Go ahead. You're on the call into the limit entry show. I should call it limit entry, because if I have to trade at the market, they're twisting my arm. You know what I mean? So I got the limits in there. I see it spike down and go, oh, really? I guess I was right about this thing tanking. All the limits, so the limit orders is me getting around the psychological problem of missing out, right? So I used to buy at the market quite a bit, thinking, oh, I know where it's going to go when I look stupid. And then I'm like, fucking, hey, man, looks like it's going lower. Look at that. And so I put a limit in, and I'm like, fuck, I'm getting a better fill. That's crazy. And then I just got to put deep limits. And if the market comes to me and I go, that's pretty good, but let me put some more limits in for another retest. And I build a whole position on limits. And then when the market explodes, I'm like, okay, I'm either going to ride this thing into the vacuum that's been forming because the market's been going sideways. And I just decided that was going to be how I was going to do it. Because if I buy at the market a standard lot thinking, well, I know, I'll put a 25 pip stop on that. Or this chick was running like, I think stops. I don't even know if she was running like structure stops. Yeah, so I'm just waiting for this fucking market to set up. Chris, this is kind of the European sell-off that failed. I always a little bit sell. I always expect some kind of sell-off on some pair. When Asia comes, something's going to sell off. Well, is it a buy or not? Does it look like a buy? And I don't have a trade plan for that fucking guppy. I was trying to trade the guppy, just like trying to trade Nasdaq with a $10 stop. Good luck. You better be in and out of that trade in the next 40 seconds because you just won't survive anything. That's fucking like riding a bull for 8 seconds. It's ridiculous. So Snorex is what I prefer, I guess, because I'm kind of a sleepy guy.
Yeah.
A little Snorex.
Nasdaq's no joke. It's a little easier on some of these brokers can get you down a little bit in terms of how much size you have to put on.
I think some of these guys let you trade nanos of Nasdaq because of that fact.
That's so brutal.
Well, I saw this one broker had their Bitcoin listed at instead of 20 grand, it's 0.022 or something. So people want to trade. Of course, every time I've ever done that, the spread gets really wide on a nano account. It's pretty wide up there. It gets pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trading straight futures, not through a forex broker, I mean,
it's like zero spread, right? It's just one pip or something. One tick, one pip.
Yeah, I mean, there's no spread. It's just commission.
Right.
I mean, it's barely any spread. But
so what's your commissions like $2 round turn? Probably at least, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what they are, but it's just, I mean, trying to do your type of stuff in futures would be, I mean, just couldn't do it. You'd have to do it in micros, which I think is a little better, but still, I mean, forex is the only place you can really do, this type of trading.
Well, when they brought crypto in, I was amazed. They brought crypto into the scene that you could, like some of these brokers got 30 cryptos. So I was like, Jesus Christ, man, look at that. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, and they let you trade stocks too. I mean, they have stocks.
Right, stocks too, the majors. Just
I mean, they just have
indices. I mean, it's gold. I never thought so. Years ago, I had this account out of Russia, and it's still there, Exness. And so this is the early days, and they had 1,001 leverage, and they're like, okay, all you need to do is use a credit card to deposit. So I got my Visa out, and I put like $100 in the account, and they said to me, well, you can get your money out once you send your ID and stuff. And I thought, fair enough, I get it, right? We make sure it's not money laundering. So I put the $100 in there, and I break up with the MT4 platform. They give you the trusty starter kit there. I had no scripts, no indicators, no templates. Just a raw dog template. Like comes a really crude Trump, the starter kit. So I put on a trade, and I couldn't believe it. I was so excited. I go, oh my God, I'm trading fucking gold. I never thought I'd be able to afford to trade gold because I couldn't do it in the futures market. I would have needed $3,000 just for one contract, And here I'm in the gold market. I'm thinking fucking a 1,001 leverage. I think I was in $10 a margin. Whatever, I guess. What is it? A kilo of gold. What are you trading there? The actual contract, is it 1 kilo? Or it's 100 ounces or something? 1,000 ounces of gold. I don't know what the contract is, but I was so excited. What is it? 100 ounces, right? But I was so excited, dude. And then of course, then came 2008 market crash, and bye-bye. There'll be no more of that.
Yeah, but I mean, so I kind of I asked that original question about an hour ago about how you stop out of positions. I mean, do you just blow your account, or do you keep?
Well, sometimes,
when you put a ticket on
depends.
that's risking $50, do you stop out at $50, or do you just keep?
I would never have a $50 stop, but that'd be a 500 pip stop for me. I'm just trading 1Ks, so
yeah. Well, I mean,
yeah. So kind of like, I'm not really, I'm not trading. Like if I was to trade this, I guess I don't need the money, so I'm not trading very big. Like I don't really. There's nothing I really need. I want to buy. So I just want to live. I don't know if that makes sense, but also I don't want to be a high profile person either. So, if I wanted to be one of these, like ICT's kind of keeping things on the low down there. Like he seems like, oh, I'm this secret guy, The other guys that are big, this Trader Nick guy, they have a whole YouTube channel. I thought about turning on the AdSense on my channel, but every time I think about it, I think, well, I'll have to tell people I'm going to do it. I'm going to do a, like, if I was to do that, I would feel like, okay, what I'm going to say from the next, it would be a 5-hour video. What I'm going to say for the next 5 hours is just going to be something I spent a lot of time on, like, instead of joking around. But these guys aren't joking around. So the idea of the mentorship thing, it's not fair. I mean, to me, it's not fair because, like, how do you price that shit? Like, how do you price anything, right? And then I'd feel like this obligation because I used to own a company, and I was like, if you sent me something, I'd be like, dude, I'm gonna make the best fucking thing you've ever seen. I mean, I knew I could do it, so I had flat rate for people. Actually, I had flat rate because I'm like, well, whatever it takes. I'm not going to charge you extra because you're a fucking pain in the ass. But, a nuisance fee, so to speak. But people usually have flat rate. And it's like these people have these different, like, oh, for $10 a month, you can, it's so bizarre. I just don't get it. I mean, I don't know if I could do that. I don't have maybe it's like if you play guitar for a living. Do you coach guitar? I guess I don't know. People could steal your licks. I guess you're a guitar coach in a way. I don't know how that works. Did you ever think about teaching trading? I mean, honestly, have you ever thought about it, like recanning? Like people want to repackage somebody's moving average system and then go out and like go, you want to join my moving average club? Does that ever come to your mind? Going, fucking trading's such a bitch that I'm just going to teach it.
Yeah, I mean,
you could do it, right? I mean, anybody could do it.
I would feel dishonest doing it. Yeah, I would just feel like shit because I like, especially trading. I mean, if you're faking about like these like how to make money online type, like start an online business, I mean, they buy the course and whatever. But trading, I mean, it can just be a black hole. I mean, people can lose so much money, ruin their lives. I mean, I would just feel like shit.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody somebody takes something, even these thumbnail rules, there's the rule of thumb things. If you do this, that, and I'm like, shit, man, some guy's gonna think, yeah, that's what you do all the time. That this is what you do all the time. I don't know. It is awkward. It would be tough. But I guess when you're it's like when you're in the industry, you get callous and you have some type of, well, I got to pay the rent somehow, so I guess I'll just do this. I would still feel the same way if I was working for some. So there's this broker. It's kind of cute, Cedar FX, which there's no spread there. I mean, there's no commissions there, and it's tight spread, And
I've heard of them.
So I looked at it, and it's a decent broker, I think this Ryan Brown guy was using them, and there you can actually write a script that takes advantage of the spread going very tight for a millisecond, because as soon as it tightens up, there's no commissions on that. You can say, wow, I'm fucking actually making money here. I just made 3.5 pips. Then I would have a density of orders, so that the density of tickets is the key. If you just if you buy every 100 pips something, the guppy drops, you might get filled on a 3K, and you say you put a $500 stop, so you're risking $150. You put 3 tickets in the guppy, and you say, I'll buy every 100 pips it drops today. You only get filled on 1 ticket, and it retraces 20 pips. You just made $20. You risk 50 to make 20. There's a high probability that you're going to make something with these 3 tickets strewn all over these giant, insane volatility markets. So that's kind of the thing, and then some people, some people are going to say, well, that sounds like too much work, So the more work you put into the tickets placements, the more you spread your risk around. But a lot of people want to trade, they're like, well, fuck, I know where it's going. I just put a 20K there, and or they just pick these. I was doing that one time, and I did blow up this one demo account. I had this account up to like 80 grand from 10 grand trading on scripts and at the market with my scripts and everything. And I never took any profits. I actually got up to 80 grand or some shit. It was this big long run in the euro. And then it started to pull back, and I thought, well, I'll just come in and I'll just buy 33K. I just ratcheted up to one click in MetaTrader and took it up to 33K and just started buying as a plunge. Just blew up the account, right? Because I'm just trying to do a dead cat bounce trade, you know. The euro's coming back through the floor here on the it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so the euro's coming back under the Asian floor. I think it's going to bust through it. So I'm holding for the auction. So we just auctioned out the low of Asia on the euro, and I'm looking to take out the high of the day today. But on the way, I'm cashing out on the way to the high of the day. So I'm actually scaling in and scaling out because I just find it less. I find it to be less painful. So it'd be like, yeah, this all or nothing stuff is so hard because I grew up on that. You know, all or nothing. All the stuff we learned is just so bad for trading. You know, it's either a boy or a girl. So yeah, since I started trading like this, you know, I'm looking for ladyboys on the internet now. So since I became a hedger, no, just kidding. Now I'm strung out. I don't know what to do. Actually, hopefully for some alien come to planet. When they said the UFOs might be real, I thought maybe there's some alien sex I could get that's going to be really outrageous. Yeah, no, it's a real boring game, isn't this trading? Just utterly boring. I wait for the Canadian dollar to drop into my labyrinth of tickets, but it's not happening. It's not happening on time. But yeah, the gold market, how you like that plunge into the vacuum on gold? Is that something you take advantage of some of that crazy shit on gold?
I did short it.
That is crazy. What's going on there?
Somewhere up there.
At least it followed crude oil down. I mean, it's almost the argument can be made fundamentally that, you know, it takes oil to get gold out of the ground, and when oil dropped, everything kind of dropped, you know. Bitcoin, everything kind of sold off, it seemed like.
I mean, do you do anything really on the lower time frames anymore? Or you?
Well, I mean, I guess 4 hours, large time frame for me, but you know, like a 4 hour chart. The 4 hour charts to me is kind of great for these 20 and 50 pip stops, but the market orders I got, I kind of got 25 or I really can't see running tighter than a 10 pip stop, to be honest. So I kind of have this. I'd rather risk 20 to make 16. I'd rather risk 18 to make 12. I'd rather risk, 20 to make 60. But once you get down to this thing where you got these 5 pip stops, I mean, Jesus, it's just fucking ridiculous. I can't even. That's why I'm trading the 1Ks, because I can trade super deep and just, I don't care. The feeling I had when I traded nano accounts before they kicked me out of Cyprus, I was like, this is fucking unreal. I was in love with this broker. They're still there. I'm always amazed as watching this girl that's trading out of London. I'm like, you could trade there. What the fuck? Why don't you just trade there? The restrictions of where you can trade and where you can't trade is just mind blowing. When you investigate it, if you look at some of these, like Canadian and the U.S. are also considered off limits. Like if you're from here, there's like 5 countries. Every broker has a different list of people. If you're from here, then you can't be here. So funny. Belize was a place I think there's still a broker in Belize you can go to. 200-1 leverage. It's a pretty fucking tight spread. It's a real broker, so to speak. You know, it's like a kind of a. It's not like I think Alpari was pretty decent broker till they got destroyed from the Swiss franc trade. But I see IG Markets. IG Markets looks like a big. I see a lot of people touting them. I guess it's the speed of execution too, which I'm not too worried about on limits. See, the beauty of the limits is it doesn't rely on a fast server. I mean, that trade's going to
Yeah.
if you're really not trying to, I don't know, that 1 minute chart stuff, 1 minute chart looks slow after you start scalping. On NASDAQ, a 1 minute chart looks like a 4 hour chart. So you have to go to you need like a 6 second chart, to nail it. And tight spread on that one too. And that's why that guy's got all that stuff. I was making fun of this level 2 guy that's got Sierra charts.
Yeah, I saw some of those videos.
Because he had dialed down to the nano. I'm like, dude, you just went too far.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to trade.
Yeah, right. And there's so many trades. You could just scalp the wick, or you could ride the whole fucking move. So you can either scalp the wick or ride the whole fucking move.
I mean, I know some people that make some killer money just trading breakouts.
Right. Well, they're good at it. They know what they're doing.
Killer money doing order block stuff, smart money stuff. I mean,
absolutely.
I know people that, they do it. It's hard to do it though. It takes a lot of discipline, and you have to be okay losing.
No, it's terrible.
$2,000 on a 20 pip stop out.
No, it's brutal. I mean, I think if you trade, see, the thing is, they're successful because they keep trading, and they've traded a lot of fucking trades. Like I don't even know how many trades I've done, demo and real. I think I've done, I'm going to say 2 million trades, demo and real. I swear to God to you. I mean, clicking. Actually, one time I had this when I got my programmable keyboard. I would fall asleep trading. Like I'd be like, oh, I'm just going to keep. I had this one key. Every time I'd hit it, it would put in these 15-minute expiration buy limits really close to the market. So the market's drifting down in Asia, and I'm just I'm fucking half asleep and pressing the button and just thinking, well, this is the way to do it, because I'm going to have to the scaling in idea,
Yeah. But I mean, I just like but the way, in terms of brokers, it's not a huge deal. Because I doubt you're putting much money into these things. You're probably putting as little as you can in there to.
Yeah, I'm actually
keep it afloat. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, there's there's plenty of there's 10 brokers. There's at least 20 brokers out there that you could say are pretty decent. But I know guys that trade the NASDAQ, like see Vinny's just trading on a real like a Thinkorswim thing or something platform. Some broker. I don't know who the broker is. Oh, it's a broker. Ninja is Ninja. Ninja has somebody that Ninja and somebody else combined together.
Yeah,
right?
futures is. You can do that in US, and you get. So you can put big money to that and do a Ninja Trader account.
Yeah, Ninja Trader's connected to a certain broker. The news is supposed to. It's just home sales today on the news. Yeah, markets are just incredible. It looks like gold's going to try to make an attempt to get back to that blue line. I guess I should put my screen in here.
Yeah, you buy gold? You seem like somebody who has.
I tell you, long term, I would buy gold, but
like some physical gold, though.
Yeah, physical gold. I don't know. Gosh, I sold my gold ring when gold went to like 1,000. I was like, or it went to like 1,000 or 1,200. I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. So I sold a lot of gold, and then went to $2,000. I was like, oh, but the spread at the jewelry store is a little different. People seem to think if you go down to the pawn shop, they're going to give you fucking. They won't. Like if gold was 2,000 an ounce, you went to the pawn shop. It's like 300. They're going to give you $1,700. Well, actually, people walk in there with a gold ring, which is only like 18 karat. If you go with a gold bar or a coin, they're probably, but they're still going to charge you $100. Still 10% spread at least at the pawn shop.
It's pretty bad. It'd be so hard to make money off of it. You'll have to see it.
I guess if you like the feeling of owning gold, it is a feeling,
Yeah, and it's nice to have some money outside of banks, and I mean, you
Yeah,
can
I
just
just
get
have
fucked.
gear. I just have gear like I could just sell my gear. I suppose people still buy gear. Or you could use it. So if you own something, you know, you're going to be using it. I suppose that's the idea. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I've
can't
just been
have
recently
enough.
looking into it. But
Yeah, it's a real the world's really out of control there. It looks like everything's going to range here until the end of the year though.
that's
Like
perfect.
stocks are blown up. They blew up gold, they blew up oil. Oil's all over the map now. It's crazy. It's ridiculous, isn't it? But they said, "Oh, we're gonna be at these many." No, we're not going to $1 million a gallon by. Sorry, that's not going to happen. You may want it to happen, but it's not. No,
Yeah,
all these guys overshoot the runway. All their they probably got a trend line into the future with a Gartley pattern. Like, yeah, it's going to be this by then. I don't think so. Another failed
yeah,
prediction.
and it's different when you're investing than when you're trading.
Yeah, if you're going to be in the thing for 20 years, let's say buy real estate right now if you can afford it. Of course, that's the thing you should have done 12 years ago is buy real estate in the last market
Yeah,
crash. It's not a crash now, it's a financial lock. Now the thing is about interest rates versus, you know, all the other stuff. New home. That's what coming out today. New home sales and all that garbage.
yeah. I think homes they're slowing down and they're gonna see a little pullback, but
Yeah, I mean the new home sales. It's
I don't
always
know shit about real estate, so
well. I mean interest rates is
just
the driving factor,
yeah,
and of
and they're
course
gonna keep raising
it's
them.
either well. The only reason why I guess this is just going to be people kind of waiting for a better price. I guess. I mean interest rates aren't going to go down. They're just maybe they if they don't touch them, yeah, then the people slowly come back. It's like a retracement. It crashes down, then it drifts up, or sometimes it crashes down and it rips up, or it drifts down and rips up. So the drift and rip, um, as opposed to the big spike downs and then retrace real fast, like super fast down, unfair value, and then rips back up, and then you've always got the other side of it is the I used to hate the drift. The drift. I'd be like, I buy into these drift downs. I'm like, oh my god, like how fucking what? Like just spike down already. Let's get it over with. We got news coming out here. I don't know. It's just 4 o'clock in the morning. What do we got? I guess it's gonna be new home sales, right? New homing starts and all that bullshit. What's the consumer confidence? Who are these people they interview? How many? What is that all about? Yeah, most
I
Americans think the world's going to hell. Well, everybody thinks the world's going to hell. When has this been new? I don't know. Where do those people come from? Who are these people? What is the current current situation? Oh wow. So who's this other guy? Rand Sessions. He's out here.
not sure.
Yeah, it's only Tuesday, so we still got what's the big news coming out next? Go to my forex factory.
Wednesday is supposed to be pretty big. I think FOMC.
Hmm.
I think it's when they're announcing they're raising rates again another
I like how these guys.
75.
Every country has a different description of their reports. This one's called the Australian called the trimmed mean. And whenever I see that word trim, I think of girls. I don't know why, but And then I CPI quarter to quarter. I'm like, wow, that's really wow. Australia. What else is the other? Yeah, the consumer confidence is coming out at 10 a.m. today. I thought that came out on Fridays, but not a lot of big news today, this morning on the United States, though. I missed that midnight news there about the Bank of Japan. I guess they have slight inflation there, just a touch. The Japanese people, they just don't they don't mind it. They just pay attention to themselves. You know, they're in their own private Idaho over there. Don't really care about anything, do they? They're just those people over there.
Yeah, I think they have a population problem though. They don't have any
Yeah,
kids.
what do they do there? They ride bicycles, no cars allowed. Well, loud cars, right? The city's pretty tough, but they have like no guns and stuff. That's pretty, but everybody kind of agrees, right? Like nobody's complaining. Oh, they've been wearing masks there for years. They had all those crazy subway terrorists and stuff with all their. I'm gonna get you with this. It's like an old Batman episode where they have some spray they whip out. Anti-bat spray. So you run the algo box? Or did you let the robot trade, or were you using the patterns and stuff when you're doing that Vinny stuff?
Yeah, I run his stuff.
So is it? I mean, the elbow, like the box is the robot, right? Or is the box the whole indicator system?
It's all of it. It's all just it comes with robots. You have robots. No one really uses them as much that I know of, as much as him. The indicator stuff that he has, that draw in real time, and I don't know. Dude makes some fucking money, so that's all I know.
Well, you know why he's making money more than these other people is because he's got 5 trigger pulls, you know. So he's pulling. He's got. That's why it works. See, because he's like, okay, got kicked out. We get back in. So he's aggressive enough to say, oh no, I'm not going to abandon the trade. In other words, he doesn't have this rule. Some of these people have these rules that, oh, you know what? The pattern failed, so that's it. I'm done for the day. My pattern failed. They walk away. They don't have a backup plan. You know, they don't have any way to, okay, we got this now. Now we got that. Now we got this. You know, there's nothing there. They just got a one-trick pony. They just don't have any backup plan or nothing. Yeah, you got to kind of MacGyver your way through. I mean, you got to have something you can. Okay, I got stopped out. Oh, it's really going down hard. Let me get out my big stop and just buy some at the market here. I guess we're like the euro right now. I'm buying more euro because it dropped. You know, it's like, what am I going to do? I'm a buyer. That's what I do. I buy. They stop me out. Okay, but I just doubled the size of my position, and I got more I can buy. If it drops even more, I'll buy more. So now I'm running a 50 pip stop. I'm like, yeah, this is what the market calls for. It's out of control. It's like you got kids, right? You got kids. You're like, okay, I got to get the paddle out for this kid. This kid's gonna be a fucking problem. You know, the market's just so spiky. Yeah, I was trading that yen there for a little bit, but then it died out. Yen's just quiet as a church mouse now. Can't even trade it. There's no drama. Dollar yen. What else is there?
Yeah, that's why trading these futures are. I mean, they're a blessing and a curse, but I mean, you can sit down in half an hour and
that's right.
Trade it, and you're done.
Look at that. Look at that sell right there on the fucking NASDAQ. Jesus Christ. You're up $30 on a 1K right here. Let me see if I can't trade some of this stuff. I got some monster stops I wrote for this thing. Risking like $200 to make $80 here. I don't think that's that's a lot of money, but I could probably make my $80, or at least 20. I could end of the world stop in my kind of ungreedy profit. Ungreedy profits and end of the world stops. Of course, then the account's going to suffer. Start redlining the account. Yeah, would you buy that right now in the NASDAQ 5-minute pullback? I'd buy that for for $5 move up and then dump it because it looks like it's going to fall into this crevasse here. Yeah, the vacuums on this thing are just mind blowing. Like, if you take out the low from from yesterday, and then you hit the low from back there. Wow, but to me that's premium buy zone. All this stuff down here, very very buy. Yes, you just got to trade really light.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I
don't know.
I don't usually trade. I stick to NASDAQ on the futures and stuff. I don't trade it on the forex brokers. I trade forex on the forex brokers.
They're charging me $1 for the spread. That's not bad. I don't mind paying $1 if I can make $10. To me, that's like the see, it's going up now, but you got to be in the 1-minute chart for this shit. Look at the structure of the 1-minute chart is a goddamn insane. There's so many trades on here, you just lose your mind. I'd already be getting out of this thing. If I was long on that 1 minute off of this supply zone here, I'd already be getting out. Swear to God, I'd be already out on that trade. I'm like, yeah, I just made $5. Okay, come back down. Let's buy it again. Yeah, it's just itching to blow out the low of the day there. Anyway, it could just go down for 20 minutes straight without one bullish candle on that 1-minute chart. Look, it just went down for how many candles with that one bullish candle? With the 13 minutes straight down into the void. Coming out of this hole here. Yeah, so the big guys just make $100 right there. They're trading a standard lot here, whatever, a mini. I'm in a micro. So if a mini lot, you're about to cash out, boom, somebody's cashing out right there. Well, I even bought more euro on that plunge when they took out that low from that wick. Let's see, this is 1, 2, 3. This is the 5-bar rule. Here's the 5-bar 4-hour rule for 4 o'clock in the morning. Buy that wick, 5 bars back. I did that. Yeah, I see the blown up account. I just put a big sticker. I did that. Yeah, look at this. Look at the sellers came in there right in that 1 minute. Now I feel like I'd be buying on the pullback here. Yeah, the spread's kind of ugly on this 1-minute chart, but Jesus, this thing's crazy. Zoom out. Go to the. You can't hardly see the spread here. When you go to this, this is the big picture, so to speak. God, I mean, how do people do it? Something's brewing, though. I think there's a big breakout brewing here, like trend line on this. So when we went into the abyss there on the northern side, like who couldn't see this coming? We went into this giant sea of madness, and then we went all the way to the order block and ricocheted off, and now we're kind of in this range trading madness. I think this is actually easier to make money for my system of range trading, which 80% of the market's ranging. So yeah, when the market goes, that's when people are just getting destroyed on standing in front of the market with 20 pip stops, and the market goes into a 200 pip vacuum. That's when you're just going to destroy whatever limit grid you have out there is going to be destroyed. That could take 4 hours or 4 days to fall into that vacuum. Just wipe out all those tickets.
So what's your trying to make so much money when it's ranging that you can deal with those when it just blows up?
Yeah, I guess I'm just jamming with the market. I mean, it's treating the market like open jam session. Like, so if you say you drop your drumstick and stop playing, I just have to find something to do. I mean, so I fill the space somehow, but or be like, no, I'm relying on all my order banks and my market orders and my just kind of using this auction theory that when we get into these vacuums, they don't last. It just don't last, and it's very high probability it's going to come zooming out of that in some regard. Then it's a matter of saying, how much is it going? Do I move my targets because I can see? Oh fuck, this is going to be and I'll do that sometimes. And in that sense, I understand this. Oh, I broke my trade plan, right? Oh, I had to stop in there and I stick to my trade plan. I go a target, and I can think. So when I back test these scripts, I'm actually going with the original target and the original take profit. And if you're trying to put in ratios, so the big problem is that as your probability goes up, your ratios have to go down because there's not a lot of 10 pips to make 100 pip trades out there. There's not a lot of 1-to-5 ratios out there. And especially in a swing world, I mean, you're going to risk 100 to make 500 pips. Okay, show me the trade. Okay, that comes like once every 4 months. There's a trade like that, on that one particular pair. I'm sure there's more across all the markets, but so I'm saying, everybody, I'm reverse engineering it. Most people are like saying, okay, I got this strategy. Okay, great. I'm saying, well, okay, do you have $5? I got $5. You want to try to make $10 with $5? Sure. You want to try to make $2 with $5? If I went up to these guys, I see the gas station buying lottery tickets. These people don't have money, and I want to say to them, listen, if you get a scratch and win, you pin for $5 and you get back 3, and then you scratch and win for 5 and you get back 10 and you get back 3. Would you play that all day? They go, fuck yeah, right? But people they're like, well, I just wouldn't do it. I mean, too much work for them to place all these tickets. But that's what I'm doing in essence. I'm just saying, well, I could either double click a rack in there. So I could double click a rack that costs $36 to make $36, say if it played out to where the targets are already set and everything. And I'm driving my car, and I'm like, look at that fucking Euro tank, and I knew it fucking would, so I'm just going to lay some track in front of it for a half an hour here, or an hour. And if you look at the 15-minute chart, you're like, shit, I would have got filled on that fucking thing. Look at that. It's crazy. And it's like, why wouldn't I do that? Like say you're buying the Asian vacuum here. So you just got this even better deal. Here's where you have to really load the wagon. This was 4 hours back on the 4-hour chart. Get this box off of here. Can't seem to manipulate it, but so right here, right, this is going to be the premium price, and they just hit that thing by like 2 pips. They just nicked the wick there at 2 pips. But I'm buying this whole anything below Asia. I'm buying. So this morning, I bought that, but I did dump this stuff. So I bought I didn't really buy the breakout. I was long here because I bought this original plunge here. So I was still holding all the stuff I bought on this so-called stop hunt, So I got in there. And then when it came to here, I think there's some scalps built in. And I dumped everything here. And then I came back in with my limits to buy this plunge. And I scalped a little bit there, but I kind of was, holy shit. They took it down. Every time they took it down, I bought more. Then I threw limits all the way to here because I started getting pissed off. So I have limits way down here even, just in case. I mean, that's pretty fucking deep. That's on Euro, that's pretty deep. But it's only 4:30 in the morning, so if we come back to the floor here, and we take out this high, we go full auction, take out this, blow through this, I don't know if it's going to happen today, but maybe it's going to happen in anticipation of the news coming out tomorrow, but they put you in the big picture. So in the big picture, it puts you in a situation where at some point, all of this hemming and hawing at the borderline has to resolve. You know, so we're either going to crash down here and just go after all this space, or the bigger vacuum that goes way back, because this vacuum only goes back here, right? We've already been there, done that, right? This vacuum, but where's the deeper vacuum? So the path of least resistance is above, I think. So I say we slam into the floor here on the 1 hour at some point. You know, not a fast, you know, not a complete, but this is the breach point, right? And everything's kind of. So I'm looking for the space around the price, not the price. I know this is doing this kind of like consolidation stuff. You know, people say, "Oh, look at it's consolidating." Yeah, but I'm like, look at the price above. So when I went on, I just never. It was epic when I went on the. I sat in on the morning session over at Pike's Traders Way. You know, Pike, and I said to him, "There's a looming abyss." He goes, "People talk about the looming abyss." He's kind of making fun of the looming. I go, "It's real. The abyss is real. That's that rectangle there. Euro hits that thing when the news comes out. They probably aren't going to touch the interest rates, maybe, and that's certainly fundamentally make the euro explode. They just raised the first time in 11 years. They just raised it over there. But anyways, I guess I should let you say go interrupt at any time. I don't care.
No,
I mean,
I have nothing to say. I'm just chilling here.
But yeah, the other guys on
Hanging
the
out.
stream, he didn't say anything. He's got his mic thing's turned on, but I guess maybe he can't speak.
Can you hear me now?
Speak. Don't like a dog speak and bark. But no, what's that?
Yeah, I heard you.
No, can you hear me now? Yeah, I can hear you. So are you a forex trader, or are you a Nasdaq crazy? Are you one of those Nasdaq people that's on meth? You have to be on meth to trade that Nasdaq.
I think he said he traded Nasdaq.
Yeah, I'd have to be a meth head to do it. I'd be like, okay, I'm on Ritalin, Adderall, and I'm like, I get my finger on the trigger and ready to dive in. I go my 1 minute. It is entertaining, though, I must say. It looks like we're back to the. It looks like the Nasdaq's making a run for it. A run for the high of the day.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I trade ES. I'm an ES degen.
Wow. Yeah. So what's it been like? I mean, now for me, I just started trading it for fun back when it was doing stuff that I don't think it's done in a long time, like move. I think I started back on January 27th. Do you remember this move? Like, look at some of the stuff on this 4-hour chart. It just blows your brains out. Look at this sell-off here.
Yeah.
How many points you try to make on these things?
Well, it depends. Usually, I can do 25, 50%. So that's 2 to 4 points per move. But I just trade the chart pretty much. I'm pretty straightforward. So say, for example, if a price comes down like below a pivot or above a pivot. With ES,
what time frame? What time frame?
Unless
you
you like
use
some
on
sort
that?
of big account, man, you're going to get smoked. So I wait a little bit. I have a little bit more patience. I kind of wait for like a little trend line break. I start adding in, and I'll run it right back down to the pivot. And
so you just like a 1 minute chart or 5 minute chart with a 1 minute chart? Like you like
1 minute chart usually. So.
and you just got your finger on the trigger. Are you like ready to bail at any moment, or?
No. So basically, like when a price breaks a pivot, sometimes I'll just play some sell limits or buy limits. But what I'm looking for is once price gets overextended and it breaks that trend line, you can see sort of confirmation with the RSI, like the 14 or the 2, and then maybe do like a sporandio, like 1, 2, 3 reversal. But once you see that, I mean, I'm kind of adding as price is
really?
getting away. And then once that reverses and I hit it really hard, then run it right back down to the pivot and we cash out.
Oh, so you do that Vinny thing where you run with it. In other words, you add to you see a runner and you add to it because you're able to just chase it or skim it at the market there.
No, I'm just. It's more like a trend line reversal. So basically, it's your strategy on forex. I've been following you for a while. So when price breaks that pivot and it goes into that void, on forex it's a little easier to. You're not risking as much. So if ES, like on, if you get like a 150 point day, like fuck man, you're going to be, minus 6 figures real fast. But if you just wait for that trend line reversal, and you start adding in, and then it goes right back down to your pivot.
Are you adding on baby pullbacks, or are you adding just like on this thing, like you're saying this thing's about to really break and it hasn't broke yet, it's still in the doji mode? Is that when you pull the trigger, or are you waiting for like baby pullback?
No, so like for like right now, see, it's like when you see an ES, like prices coming up here. So what I'll do is, and it's sort of like a market profile, it's like on these candles off to the left, I'll set my sell limits off these, candle wicks off the lows. When price goes up into them, I'll get filled, and as price comes back down the pivot, I'll pay myself. So you can, get paid like how you, like say on the 4-hour chart where it wicks up and comes back down. Mm-hmm. That's basically what I'm doing on a lower time frame, and it works out really, really nicely. So. Wow. I do have to thank you for all your work and stuff, because I do think it's phenomenal, and I kind of modified it to ES.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm looking at this half-hour chart here, and I'm thinking, I wish I had a double-click script for this guy was talking about a double-click. Right now, it's pretty quiet. I mean, somebody's explaining it to me that this is kind of like, well, right now it's scalpable, but like when this here is the opening of US or something, it's nuts. Like, so there's that quiet chatter thing. People scalp that, but you got to step out of the way here, right? Because it's about to get really crazy. Do you think? I mean, to me, I would say, I'm just kind of guessing here that we're gonna go after this zone here. And if I had a double click script, I would love to have something that I could just be like, dude, we're just gonna, like, I would just have something here already be out of the trade on something already, just on that wick, just on that kind of like spike back, and now it looks like it's gearing up for a punch north.
Yeah.
Would you hold it? Would you hold it on any? Are you just going to scalp? Or are you going to, if you were long now, would you hold this in anticipation that once we get above here, that there's obviously sellers, you're just going to get out at the top tick Tommy here of the day?
Well, I mean, what I'm looking for is like what's the last prior pivot? What's the last prior pivot that hasn't been tested? Because price will always come back to retest that at some point, 90% of the time. So if I'm in long, kind of where you're at, obviously that first pivot when you pop back up right around that 290 mark, I already paid myself right there.
Yeah.
If the price is still moving up, I'll have a runner. And,
Yeah, the runners are, I mean, this thing.
Oh, shit, I'm already fucking green. Hey, 1 second.
Yeah, it's amazing how this is, I just can't believe how fast this market is. Here's the close of yesterday. Look at this stuff here. This is just, it's nutcase. Like the ratio here is amazing. Like if you could have taken this trade, I don't even know what the spread was here, but maybe this is a bullshit chart because the spread might have been wide here. But say you bought down here in this $20 window, that's the ratio. There's like fucking 8-to-1. It's like, that's crazy town. I mean,
yeah.
But I mean, it's so hard to get that trade, right? You sell into it also.
Yeah. So when you see that trade rate there, when the price came down in that box, it does that little W.
Yeah.
So it puts in that higher low. If you look at RSI on that, like on the 14, you'll see divergence, and you can hit that pretty hard. You already know your targets.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Yeah, RSI, I love it just because closing prices, that's when I got the idea for the line chart. I'm like, well, just use it, because then you can see RSI perfectly. I mean, you really see. I could never see divergence on these bars, you know, unless I did run RSI and highs and lows. I did a lot of experimentation with. So I had this idea of stop entry. So if you're using RSI in the positive reversal sense, you know, but you can plot RSI and highs instead of close. So when you get more oversold highs, and you get a reversal in highs, you would just put a buy stop on top of that bar based on RSI giving you, which is pretty rare because the closing price is more dynamic than the highs. The highs could just be like a flat line. But I didn't back test. I just visually looked at it, and that's. But I just fell in love with RSI because I thought it's so simple. I mean, how can you get any simpler than that?
Yeah, I like in your videos when you said, I don't have any patience for that anymore, so fuck it, I'm just going to put some algos down.
What you mean oh yeah. No, I mean, because it really, if you're really into it, it does lead price. It really is the leading indicator.
Yeah.
It's amazing how that, I think I set mine at 2. I ended up at RSI of 2, I guess, so I think I go 8. I'll compromise. I'll go 8. Even 8, it takes up too much chart space at 8, but yeah, RSI on the 5 minutes. Yeah, here's divergence up here. No, I have to make it 3 or I can't see it.
So ST, I'll call you ST for short.
Okay.
So I posted in Discord. Kind of what I'm doing is when you see price comes up.
Okay.
It's kind of like a market profile. I set my sell limits at the stops, and then price will come back down in that pivot and use cash out. And you know, it's, I don't know, the easiest fucking money you can possibly make, in my opinion. But
oh yeah, I see.
So
what's the RSI on the bottom set at?
That's the 2. So I got.
Oh wow, the 2. Yeah. No, the 2 because actually, so yeah, because you see that here, I'll put it on the screen here.
So you were in 4 positions there.
Yeah. So basically what I'm going up.
Right.
Like,
oh, I see the divergence. Yeah, that two really screams a triple. Right in the middle of the chart there, that triple reversal.
Right.
God, I would almost feel that's a 1 minute chart.
Yeah, 1 minute chart.
Yeah, I'd feel confident pulling the trigger almost on those 3 if I was chasing that down crush. And as soon as it got below the floor, I'd probably be cashing out. You got those 2 inverted hammers, like the inverted dragonfly. Right. And RSI 2 is like rock bottom. It's hilarious. Whereas RSI 14 is only at the 40 level.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I had that for a lot. I actually had CCI. I love CCI on like 4, setting of 4 and close only. CCI is the same kind of it takes into account the highs and lows, but CCI's got a great kind of like, man, that thing's like, just buy it below 100. You know, it's like it's a hard filter.
Yeah, the CCI on that cell is basically right at the 0 mark on that. So.
I tried %R, but it was a little bit too sensitive. %R, the Williams, where he takes the highs and lows, and he does. It's like a volatility meets. It's a component of stochastics. This %R, the raw percent. I looked at a lot of these indicators, but I think the guys that trade moving averages, they're just too biased out. I mean, they're not structured traders. I mean, when people try to combine everything, like here's a structure, I'm like, it's just stick to like, you're a country music guy, dude. Don't try to play fucking hip hop. I got that you want to participate, and the chicks are hot, maybe, but so it looks like we're going to make a run for it here on the 5 minute Nasdaq. We're kind of pulled back on the 5. We're kind of itching to go after that vacuum on the north side. The Euro's certainly agreeing. I like when the markets make sense, like the Euro's up, stocks are up, dollar's down. Canadian looks like
for? That's one question.
Too long. Too long. Well, I mean, I started in commodities. Actually, the first trade I did, my dad bought me. I think I turned 13 years old, right? So it's like a grown up, right? He bought me.
Wow.
No, his business partner bought me 5 shares of Chris Kraft stock at $5 a share. And so my dad would read the newspaper in the morning, and he'd say, "If you read the news, you know." And so I would always go, "Give me the fucking stock market part," you know. So I looked at stocks. I was staring at the stock pages for years, going. And even when I was a kid, I thought, "Why don't you buy these penny stocks? Like, who's buying this stock for fucking Berkshire Hathaway? Costs $60,000 a share. Yeah, that's the B stock. What?" So I'm like, that's like, you know. So I thought, so I would stare every fucking day. This went on for like 3 years. I'd be like, "Give me the paper." So my stock went down to like, it was trading at $1.25, you know, and it went down to like $1.08, you know. I was like, God, I said to my dad, "Really? What the fuck?" And then it came all the way back to $5 like 5 years later or something. So I said to my dad, "I want to get out of that stock." He took it to his broker. He goes, "You sure you want to get out?" "Yeah." I think it went to $40 a share. So I didn't have patience back then. But then I decided I was gonna I kind of had that on the back burner of my mind, you know. Man, I want to be a trader, you know. And then when I was with my starter wife, I bought a 286 computer because I saw an article on the cover of PC Magazine that said, "Use the computer to trade the market." I'm like, of course. Makes sense. I ain't got time to crunch all these numbers. So I spent about $4,000 on software that was going to build a trading model, and I printed out the models on my top matrix till I overheated the print head. Then I eventually got the satellite dish in real time. Actually, my first connection was FM. It was called Lotus 123. Lotus would run this modem and would pick up a signal off of an FM station, and I had this thing called PC Quote. And I think it cost me $60 a month or something, and the software cost $300, and I thought, that's pretty good. And I had a 286 computer. I was trading soybean meal over the phone and soybean oil and stuff, and then I tried to trade for years. I could not. I traded live hogs. I was making money, and then I lost money. And of course, and they don't blow up the account there. They just go, "You don't have enough margin to trade, right? So you're down." And I had $3,000 in the account. And then years go on, and I had to get divorced. My wife was out of her mind, of course, but years go on, and I moved my satellite dish. Now I got a satellite dish for $300 a month on the roof. I got every fucking thing. I got TradeStation. I spent $2,000 on TradeStation. I learned all the paint bars. I wrote my own indicators. And then here comes forex. Now I swear to God to you, I'm sitting in my office, and I'm like trying to make the transition to be a professional trader while still at my day job at my office. And night job because it was my own business, and I could do anything I wanted there. And I'm like, okay, so what's that?
Dental job?
Well, I own my own dental laboratory. I own a dental laboratory, so I was able to make teeth and trade the market at the same time. So I've been trading like the whole time, you know, through that. And in the heyday, so then I saw forex, and my first forex broker was FXCM. And they had their own platform. I'd never seen MetaTrader before. So I just traded that thing. And the British pound was tanking. And I didn't know what a standard lot was. So I just started buying at the market. I blew up 8 accounts in 4 hours one night. I go, this is crazy, dude. I had 8 demo accounts I blew up because I was so excited about, what if I do this? What if I do that? And these are $100,000 accounts, but I didn't know I was buying standard lots. I didn't know you could buy a 1K. So I said to myself, wow, if I was short, you know, but I'm not. I've been a buyer my whole life because of the stock market. So I'm kind of screwed there, you know. So selling for me is really tough in a sense. I do it because it makes money, I guess, but I'm too much of a buyer. And then I just said, well, the Forex must be a scam because how can I have real-time data for free? How can I have a free, and then I saw MetaTrader, I go, how can I have how I have all this leverage, right? I don't need a lot of money. I have real-time data. This has to be a scam. And then I opened a bunch of accounts and I was trading, had like 10 brokers with money in it, and I had like I had 20 demos I was running too. I had 5 laptops. It was out of control. I was like having too much fun. No stops, dude. I wouldn't know a fucking stop. I know dude. I'm so arrogant. I was like, stop schmop. I'll just put another $100 in the account. So then I got some of these accounts. I got up to 10 grand with starting with like 500, and I didn't care. I was like, whatever. And then the whole thing blew up when 2008 came. They said, oh, you can't be living like that. And then I kind of lost a lot of accounts. I had to close them out. And they just outlawed it, So there's only a handful left now. But yeah, so the script thing was the mind blower. So one day I was sitting there and I opened up that MT4 platform and it said pending order, and I thought, that's kind of weird. What's that, So I think I dropped it on the screen and I saw, wow, you put a ticket, and I thought, this is my big aha moment here. It kind of blew my mind. I thought, well, that's kind of cool. Let me see. What if I duplicate that phrase that says buy pending order? Can I do that? Can I have more than one ticket? And sure enough, you could. And dude, I was off to the races. I was like, holy shit. I started writing these insane scripts with like 300, 400 pip stops. Because I thought, well, these markets are crazy. So I'm going to write a big stop. And then it really started to blow up the accounts. Because now I thought, well, I've got a script now. I'm not just some fucking goober buying at the market. I mean, I know what's going on here. And I actually started losing more money than I'd made trading without stops, being just kind of reckless, just kind of like I know. Because actually, the time I was buying at the market, the broker would not let me put in another trade because the account was flashing red. So the broker was my money manager, so to speak. They weren't allowing me to trade anymore. So once I put those scripts in there, I thought, well, this is perfect. I'm a professional. I'm really got my shit together now. But then I thought, no, you can't just drop these scripts like a fucking idiot. And then one time the best script I ever wrote, and I'll never forget, this broker out of this hot forex out of Cyprus. I said, well, I just wrote this one script. It was a double click. And because they were all double clicks, I didn't have those precision drops I could drop on the screen yet. So I just went, boom, I put this rack in, and the news came out on the British pound, and the market went through it and out, and I made $60 in the blink of an eye. And the broker didn't deny it. Some of these brokers would say, well, if the trade's less than 2 seconds, you're scalping, we won't honor it. Back in the day, these restrictions, but now there's faster servers. People say, well, we got tighter spreads now. But back then, and it was just like, I was like, wow, that is just amazing. And of course, now that the robot, I'm trying to get this robot system that's going to drop them for me. And stuff that I don't trade, So I did run that one day. I kind of ran that on real money one day, and I looked at my phone, and I'm like, shit, I would never buy the Swiss yen, but look, I'm up $5. Like the robots were dropping scripts that day. But I kind of just did it experiment. I'd still have to babysit the fucking robot and go, well, that's stupid. Looks like we got another buy signal here on the NASDAQ. It just did a little re-wick there, just kind of like, it's getting to a delta here. We're getting ready for the 5 o'clock's coming, so it looks like they might they're anticipating a bullish day today on the NASDAQ. So, but yeah, I mean it's like, so now that I'm 64 years old and I'm sitting here looking at the markets, and I just watched some people this morning streaming, and I'm like I kind of hardly watch them because I'm like, dude, just, oh my God, get in, just buy right there. Oh, I can't really watch, but I'm curious at the same time, It's like if you know how to bake cakes and you see somebody using, just doing your clunky retail cake building, you're like, wow, that dude, first of all, you didn't have the right egg composition, right? You're like, dude, you got so much wrong here with this cake you're trying to bake. But yeah, once you find a niche, like people that love, people love that high action. Like Vinny, he has to trade ES because he's ramped up.
Yeah,
He calls this Snorex. Forex is Snorex to him, but like I said, I don't really can't handle that. I can't handle all that volatility and all that.
I have a question on your algos, and it has to do with the time expiry. Because I get your multiple, algos for, I got 12 pips risking 16, and I got 1 per 20 risking 25, yada yada.
Right.
But like when you have okay, I'm gonna have this order up for 15 minutes, or I'm gonna have this order up for 4 hours, or this order up for 8 hours. Like, what's your how do you determine what time frame to use for those orders?
Yeah, it's not really tied to the time frame. You think it would be in some sense, but I mean, it is in the sense that if you're watching,
or duration, duration,
right.
How do you determine this trade's going to be on for only 15 minutes and this trade will be on for 8 hours?
Well, I mean, it's the kind of a rule of thumb that if you're trading, say you're trading a euro dollar, which is maybe it moves $100 a day, 100 pips a day if you're in some crazy day, but that market like that, if I'm gonna have a 15-minute expiration, which is about as short as you can run, I'm probably be 10 pips away from the market. But if I have an expiration of 12 hours, I'll probably be about 100 pips deep. Just to say that if I put a 12-hour expiration that's 10 pips deep, it kind of defeats the purpose of the auction. Because the auction really is the expiration. I mean, you're making your own auction, so to speak, like on multiple eBay accounts. You're saying, I'm selling 100 things today. This one's only available for 15 minutes. And it's really priced very close to the market, where the other one's super deep. And I don't think anybody's going to buy that for probably a day or two at that price. That price is good for a day, because if the market fluctuates that deep, then sure, by then that would be a good price. It's almost like you're making the rate of change projections yourself, and you're saying, well, if it can get there by there, so if you're going to buy, then say the news comes out. Now I might put an order 50 pips deep to last for half an hour if the news comes out, because I'm like, man, if that thing can get there in 15 minutes, that's going to be a flash crash retracement. That'll be like an unfair, blip, one moment in time kind of unfair thing. And the probability of that being a kind of a good trade, that one little trade. But yeah, the time frame. So if you're playing back the market and kind of rehearsing these trades, you see the 4-hour charts dropping. It just dropped 30 pips in 4 hours. You're like, okay, well, if you put your order bank in front of it, you probably have to put in a deeper bank based on the last price pulse being so deep. So I'm kind of doing it, kind of fit it to the curve, kind of curve fitting on the fly there. Okay. Because, but there's so many tickets in there that, I might lose a few tickets, right? It's kind of like the army ant idea, that these army ants are, sacrifice a few ants, I guess I'm coming at it with that. So, the expirations, when I drop the 8-hour, I'm thinking, I don't want to have to redrop this either. So the 15 minutes, I'd have to redrop them. That's why I'd probably put double clicks or have a robot drop 30 minutes and 15s, because you got to keep dropping them to take advantage of that concept that it's going to do a baby flash crash and you're going to scalp that little thing. And then if you walk away for 15 minutes, those guys are going to disappear, and your exposure is constantly disappearing. But if you're going to go for the structure entry and say, oh, I know right here there's this undercut, here's supply down here, and maybe 4 hours, I guess if you really wanted to time it out, you'd say, if I drop them right now, that if I do a 8-hour drop, I got to look at an analog clock to see how long these scripts last, though. I cannot think. So, 6-hour drop, it's going to, at 11 o'clock, they'll be, by the time the news comes out, they'll just be expiring just before the news, So I think you could time it like that. If you're worried, I mean, this trade's good until the news comes out, and then I don't want to be in the market. So that's something you could probably queue up in time.
Okay.
I mean, that would be the practical use of the expiration in the sense of that, because I don't want to be if I think the news is coming out and Or when the news does come out, so there's nothing on your platform. Here comes the news. So I'm like, okay, looks like we're going to plunge. And I got this elaborate script I wrote that's going to be like, okay, we're just going to fucking buy every goddamn, 25 pips for the next hour, but we're going to go like 500 pips deep, just in case, Janet Yellen, ends up admitting there's a recession or something. And sometimes those, no harm, no foul. On a double click, it's not a lot of labor, but certainly the drag and drops. That's kind of fatiguing on your hand. Just kind of find a spot on the chart, drop it over there, and so I debate whether you could put in static grids as opposed to precision drops is always going to be the way to go. I think because you just want to have. At least if you believe in the smart money concept is all you're saying is that I know where people's stops are.
Right.
And I'm just going to get on limits where their stops are and accept that that's the premium price, That's always going to be the it's very hard to buy at the edge of the market, I think, for people when they go, "Oh my god, if it keeps going down here, what the fuck?" Like what were people thinking, Like over on this box here on this chart here. What are the people thinking? They're just shitting their pants there. Well, if I get in on limits, I don't feel like I'm underwater so much. Like if I keep buying at the market as it's dropping, I'm like, holy shit, I don't have any dry powder. Like I don't have anything. I'm underwater too big on just thinking that, oh, this must be a good price. And when you're stuck in these, for the people that are looking at a 5-minute chart, they're going, why is this thing crashing? They don't realize that it's taking out a 20-year low,
Right. Yeah, I remember when I first learned many years ago, I had a guy that he would play the daily chart, and he would, especially like with doji candles, and like when price came to that edge, he would start buying, and when the price went over, he would buy even more, and that thing would wick back down, and it would retest the ultimate or the other side of that doji candle, and he'd make a damn fortune. And he traded options. So that's how I kind of first learned about, putting your orders at other people's stops. So he would make a killing, and like how the hell do you know that's not going to break out? It's like, well, if it breaks out, you just get out. But most of the time, it's going to reject.
Yeah, I'd say 80% are fake outs.
Yeah, and that's where you make most of your money on those fake outs.
Yeah, it's tough because you're thinking. Part of me thought, well, it can't be this easy. It just can't be this easy. I'll never forget the first video I saw. It was at FXCM, and I thought, well, I'll look at one of their videos on how to trade. I'm curious. This guy had a chart, a candlestick chart. I think it was a 12-hour chart. They got these 12-hour charts there. It looks like a buy right there on NASDAQ. He says, "Oh, you just put your order right there. Resistance at the top. Your order at the bottom." I'm like, holy shit, yeah, that does work. The dumbest shit in the world works.
Yeah, I think people just overthink it. I mean, if you just keep it simple, like caveman simple, like, damn, dude,
don't you? But don't you feel like with all the technology, there's such a, you kind of want to use all the tools you got, When really the car's not that broken. I suppose you're trying to fix something. You're bringing all your tools to bear,
Yeah.
I think it's kind of be tough. Like if the patient in the hospital is sick, you're like, well, I got this new thing. We don't need that. I get this Fibonacci tool I'm going to stick up your ass. No, I don't need that.
Yeah, let's put the KY jelly on first.
Yeah. Well, especially if you go for the Fibonacci extension.
But no, like if you pull like the Dow Jones and you go back to like the 1800s, early 1900s, the market does the same stuff. I mean, it breaks the pivot, goes up, and then comes back down and retests the pivot. And if you just put some orders as it's going up, it's going to come down. And like it's done that for 140 years. So like, why is it going to change like now? But,
yeah. Did you ever look at the? Did you ever go to Wolfram and look at these? It's called Wolfram demonstrations, and You can download this app that allow you to see these math equations, and there's a Brownian motion one. Looks just like the market, and that's the random walk kind of theory stuff. You can see all these kind of like simulations. People just take random. The thing just builds random data and builds these. Looks just like the market. Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
People make it way more complex than it needs to be. Way more complex. And just, I don't know. But
well, we have so much stuff now. We have Gartley patterns and everything.
Elliott wave theory.
Oh, wave theory. I forgot about that. How about tidal wave theory?
Jesus, man.
No, I went to a lot of these seminars and symposiums, and they had books for sale there. So there's this one book called Nothing, and this book was just written by Jim Sloman, and this guy made a bunch of money trading. So everybody read this book. They're like Nothing, and it's kind of interesting, kind of Zen book, and he talks about how the Buddhists are trying to, the Zen idea of when you look at a tree, you don't think tree, that you have a beginner's mind. You see it for the first time, and you don't put anything on it. Like, and it's hard to look at a tree and not think the word tree, or just think what it is. Just see it for the first time. And so I went to see an interview with this guy, and this guy just speaks in riddles and stuff. He made money, but it really, it's kind of like, I just was too curious, so I had to get the book and read it. And I'm like, what is this guy talking about? But he had the tidal wave theory, and he showed all these waves, the waves within the waves. So I thought, which wave are we gonna trade though? Oh, it doesn't matter, as long as you're gonna. And then I studied Elliott wave and all those guys, Bill Williams and all that stuff. I talked to Bill Williams quite a bit on the phone back in the 90s. I'd call him, and he's a really nice guy. He'd pick up the phone, and I had his newsletter, and it was pretty cool. You're a bit of Elliott wave guy.
I know there's some people they're really into that right now. I know there's this is Goldman Sachs former trader that uses it all the time, but it's all pivot stuff anyway. So like, why don't you just take
right.
the pivots?
Well, I mean, I look at it this way: it's everybody wants to trade wave 3 or wave C because it's the biggest move, but the consolidation of wave 4 is where people lose their mind. I'm just saying wave 4 is always going to be this long triangle. And people are going, oh man, when's this going to resolve? But yeah, the counts. When people try to do the count inside the count, I'm like, no, you're missing the point. It's about, actually, what Bill says is that the biggest wave is wave 3. So if you see a big wave on the chart, okay, what's coming next? After wave 3, what comes? Wave 4, consolidation. So 80% of the market's consolidation is really what's also telling you. Because the longest wave is wave 4, and then wave 5 is the last, price pulse before it reverses. Supposedly that's, but there's extensions and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so nothing works all the time.
Well,
I wish I did have. I really want to see if I can get this market bot coded so it could just do. I want to see what it would do on stuff I'm not watching right now. So people watch the guppy and all those things, those big movers, and I usually don't watch it because to me the spread's too wide on a lot of brokers to trade it, and it's just, I don't know. I've got enough problems. I don't need it. I'm sizing my euro dollar, and I'm just, I got the dollar yen here, but it's not doing anything. That's my other trade I would do, but like the party's over there. Apparently, whatever happened there. Maybe the Japanese, when they killed that Japanese guy, they always wonder, is that connected to it? Like, I didn't even think about that, right? Didn't they kill the Japanese guy, and now Did the yen go berserk over that, or was that before? Oh, here comes the rally in the NASDAQ. We're going after that vacuum. I'm cheering the NASDAQ on because I'm selling the dollar against the euro here.
Yeah, the ES is trying to reclaim the T+2 value area right now. That's where she bounced off.
This is going to go nuts here. These markets go nuts about 5:36 in the morning. Yeah.
What's your sleep schedule like?
Oh gosh, I think it might. It looks like the Nasdaq. You know, I don't have one. No, I mean, I swear to God. Well, so yesterday afternoon. Well, it was really hot here. It's too hot to stream in the room. It was kind of a heat wave. Plus, I was just fried from the weekend, so I thought, well, Asia's pretty dead. And if I'm up on a trade like 1 o'clock in the morning, I usually get out because I'm like, well, that trade's over. And I put some limits in there, fall back to sleep. It depends. I think, I can stay up until about, you have to sleep in the afternoon though. If you get up this early, you know. I mean, if around noon o'clock, it seems like the markets are dead after about 12:30. So
that's not very glorious. This is what a trader does.
Yeah, we're lazy.
That's not what my YouTube subscriptions. These people I watch, they
if I'm not putting,
they exercise and they meditate. That's what they say.
I know. Well, listen, when I'm tuning up my Ferrari, actually, I bought a tune kit for it, and I know that is the pump iron, and I do this. Eat Wheaties or something special cereal.
Now remember the Ferrari thing. That's like 10 years ago. Now everybody has the clean room with the self-help books everywhere. You know, they've got
right. Yes, I know.
Maker.
I love that. That's my
favorite. The trip hop music in the background is so relaxed.
Yeah, a gentle trip hop, lo-fi.
That's the thing now they do, you know. They got to walk you through 20 minutes of their fucking morning where they're making a $75 breakfast, it seems like, out of vegetables and shit.
You know, and they filmed it in fucking 8K, dude, and then they re-rendered it with fucking chroma filters. I'm like, dude, you just spent you are so, look, they just dipped in the vacuum and pulled back. But yeah, it's just harebrained. But isn't that just the competition? I don't have that kind of the people I don't know how they do it, honestly. I guess they got a skill set or they got somebody helping them. That looks like production.
It is. It is a production. It looks like a fucking like a movie set. The way that, like, whenever they show their setup, you know, their fucking room, I'm like, who can live in their house and
I
be
know.
that clean all the time?
I like the motivational quotes on the wall, like, I'll never fucking trade like that again.
Yeah, man. They got like fucking $3,000 worth of Bed Bath & Beyond shit on their wall.
I think if I ever did that, I just don't think I'm suave enough to have my video camera on, but if I ever did that, I'd have motivational quotes on the wall like, you're a total fucking loser, admit it. Like stuff like confirmations like, dude, every time you think that trade's going to work, it never does. Why do you keep doing it? But these people have shit like, today'll be a great day. I used to work at an office like that where I go upstairs. These people they're drilling people's teeth and shit. So I go upstairs. And in the waiting room, they'd have all these I'm like, I'm going to yagaga-maga with these fucking cheesy ass posters on the wall like, not everybody's an asshole. Oh no, everybody's an asshole.
It's so clean and pristine. And like the color scheme of their room is like, you know, they've got that gray wood tile on everything, and everything is like black and white and like monochromatic, you know, just to get you as soulless and dead and corporate thinking as
they hired a consultant to come in and say, how can you make this look like a fucking
Hannah Forex
hospital?
Is the biggest fucking you know, she's like the ultimate example of that shit right there.
Oh my God. It's like if it's really the so I'm watching this mindful trading girl trading these giant sizes. I'm like, wow, no wonder you lost $300. But it's really the setup. And there was the one guy I watched who, I swear to God, this guy had lighting like you can't believe. He had like a light box behind him, some kind of Tiffany, like it was, dude, I'm like, man, whatever you're saying, I have to believe you because it's just so gorgeous looking on your side.
Well, at least the mindfully trading girl, she admitted, yeah, my husband works and that's where all our money comes from. I stay at home and take care of the dog.
Oh my God, she did an update video because I subscribed to her. I can't resist. So she does an update video where she's got her baby and she's wearing this real low cut thing. And I thought she was breastfeeding while talking because the kid's head's right near her boob. So I'm like, oh my God, like really? It's not even, it's beyond woke. What do you call that? This is like, well, I'm breast virtuing or something. I don't know.
It is. It's nipple virtuing.
I can feed and you can't. Look, I'm a fucking.
Every time that kid sucks and burps, I'm gonna buy. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, actually, that's what I got. I just strapped the fucking mouse to the kids the nipple. Every time the kids come over to get some milk, I put on a trade.
That's right. That's a good indicator right there. I'm glad to see you back to shitting on people. You've been too nice since the Canadian's been in here.
I just couldn't resist. Well, the guy with the Sierra charts, I was like, oh my God! Like, I mean, it looks pretty. In the comments, some guy goes, "You have the prettiest looking charts." I'm like, yeah, no, they really are. Amazing.
It's been too nice around here for like the past few weeks or so. It's been grossing me out, really. So I'm glad to see.
Yeah, I know. Well, we had that guy from Canada who was overly polite.
I know.
Oh my God, I was like, dude, you're just so.
Everything I've got, not to just insult him, not because he's a bad guy, but just because I can't help myself.
No, I can't help myself. Well, people that are really polite like that, I'm like, you're just. It becomes obsequious. You're too polite.
It is. It's way too.
Not polite. That you shouldn't be polite. But I don't know how to say it, but that's just.
We need a little balance, when you're too
right, a little balance. Well, that's why they have sweet and sour sauce.
Too clean, It's like I got to go roll in some dirt because you've sprayed Windex on everything.
Yeah, because you got to have that sweet and sour sauce. You can't just have everything candy coated.
Yeah, that's right. It's not good for your health. Got to let your kid play in the dirt sometimes. Get licked in the face by a dog. It's good for his immune system. The same way, insulting is good for your.
Oh shit! I make my kid eat dog vomit off the ground, and look, he's grown up to be successful. He can handle anything now.
Yeah, and how everyone like bitches about mental health now. I'm gonna fucking campaign for insulting is good for your mental health. You need more of that. You need more people shitting on.
Well, you should have been around back in the 60s. They had this book called The Primal Scream. So it was like self-help book, and you'd just scream. I thought that does feel good. But my voice was fucked up.
What is the book? One page of someone going, ah!
Yeah, no, it's that Van Gogh. Who's that famous painting, The Scream?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Guy's on a country road and he's just screaming. And that's about perspective because it's like a zoomed in, scary Twilight Zone, like ultra close up. So do you think it looks like we kind of everything's stabilized here. All the drama, it looks like it's coming to an end. The Ukraine thing, everything's just kind of settling down now. Everybody's accepting reality, it looks like.
That's how it always seems to go. Everyone always expects a big climactic solution to every piece of political drama. Nope, it fades away like a boring movie at the end. Just like, okay, well.
It doesn't. Yeah, there's no
do a dramatic fall. He just kind of keeled over, like the end of fucking Dark Knight Returns or whatever.
There's no punchline. It really doesn't. It's so people want this stuff to be like a movie too. Like, well, when's going to be the final? They're hoping for when's going to be the justification? When are going to justice is going to come?
When's
it may never
going
come.
to jail. Never.
Right.
That's what.
I mean, just think about the former president smashing cell phones with a hammer. how'd that go over on the news?
Just,
He did what? No, this whole thing is just amazing. I've never seen anything like it, really. It looks like a buying opportunity. Nasdaq pulled back in the fair value there for another lunge into the vacuum. Oh, the big news. So, are you getting hot weather down there? Because we never got the heat wave.
Yeah.
Is it really hot?
Fuck yeah. Oh god, yeah. Oh
Is
yeah.
it hot and humid too?
Humid as hell, man. We even had the little drought like everyone else in the country did for a little while there.
Yeah, it just finally rained here. So I was like, I looked at my lawn and I go, God, you're saving me so much. Cut. I didn't have to cut the lawn. It didn't grow. I guess it grows when it gets wet.
It tends to do that.
Yeah, it's weird. I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, is it something I said? I don't usually talk about when I'm looking at the lawn. I don't even say anything, but the lawn pulled back. You know.
Yeah, people were, a lot of old in the town I live in, especially. There's a lot of fucking old people, and they bitch about the drought or whatever. Which I'm like, not like you fuckers have a farm. What are you talking about?
Would you get out your super soaker squirt gun and hit them and go, here, I'll fix that for you.
Yeah, dump a bottle of water on them. Like, fuckers, it's not even that bad here. Why are you complaining? And I know, just it's like the more people complain, the more shit we eat when winter comes, because in the South, especially in the mountains where I'm at, in the winter we don't really get snow. It just rains for fucking ever, and it's a cold, shitty,
really
stay inside, miserable type of rain for days on end.
Where do you live at?
Georgia, North Georgia.
Okay. Yeah, my sister's out in Atlanta area.
Ugh.
Yep, exactly.
She must hate herself.
Yeah, 75 sucks. Traffic just fucking nightmare.
That's beyond traffic at that point in Atlanta. It's just, and that's just the tip of the iceberg for how much Atlanta sucks.
Yeah, and she lives on the north side, outside on the suburbs.
Oh, so, rich people, Her neighbor's Josh Brolin. That's how rich she is.
ST, are you still up in Canada?
What's that?
Are you still up in Canada?
I'm Michigan.
In Michigan?
Yeah.
Okay.
I always say that when I say I'm from Canada, because when I talk like this, and everything's a question, that's how they talk in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a Youper?
Everything's a question. No. I'm down in the dirty city.
The dirty cities. Then he gets the Canadian, and he talks like a question. Oh yeah, bud. Hey, let me tell you this fucking 50-minute story about a thing I did.
Hey. Yeah. Yeah, it's we get 4 seasons. We get snow up here and all that stuff. Gotta have snow. There's no mosquitoes when it's snowing.
That's only 40 below. I live over in Minnesota, so I feel
Minnesota.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's a lot of the heartland of the mining world, isn't it?
Yeah. I live up on the Iron Range.
Well, those guys went total mega last time. Mega. That was a big deal.
Yep. Growing up, they were diehard Democrats, but it was weird because they weren't really Democrats. They would vote Democrat, but they'd be like anti-gays, pro guns, but they would not vote Republican because they're all union because of the mines. So it was a weird dynamic.
Which is crazy considering how the Democrats have never done shit for unions. I don't even understand that.
Yeah, I know, but it's like, well, my dad was a union and my grandfather was union. They both voted Democrat, so by God, I'm gonna be fucking union and I'm gonna vote Democrat.
Yeah,
that's how it was. But do you support gun control? Nope. Do you support same-sex marriage? Nope. It's like, how are you even fucking a Democrat then? But
Yeah, I know the rule list has changed. I guess there's three. There's three. It's such a broad spectrum now. You have people on the edge, and the fringe on both sides. I think
Yeah.
both sides are fringed out. But that's always been like that. People don't remember the old days of the kind of crazy stuff you'd see in the news. I mean, there's a story of this one guy. It was in Chicago. There's a documentary of it where the guy's got a gun to the back of this banker's head, shotgun, like a sawed-off shotgun, where his hand's duct taped. It's around his neck, and he's on the news. It's like 1970, and he's saying like, dude, this guy owes me. This guy's trying to take my farm away. I'm gonna blow his brains out if he doesn't sign these papers. It goes on for a couple of days. It's nuts. You see that, you're like, if that happened today, people's heads explode. I don't think they'd be able to take it, honestly. They'd be like, what the hell's going on here? Back in the day. The good old days. No, it was crazy back then. You just had like 1 hour of news a day, half-hour news a day, and then the weather report. What's the weather going to be?
It's hard to imagine considering how, because I've grown up in that, the world's all fucking connected. But back then, your only connection to anything outside your town is through like whatever news is on TV at the time. Otherwise, you have no fucking idea, right?
Oh, you just you just wouldn't even know what's going on. I think we had that problem for a long time.
You had the evening news on like ABC or NBC at like 5:30, then maybe the local news at 6, and that was it. And then Wheel of Fortune at 6:30.
Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. Well, it wasn't really until the hostage crisis that you got the late night news where it would just go on and on. That's how the after 11 o'clock news, after 11:30 news came about, was the hostage crisis. People had to find out what the hell's going on here.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Nightline with Ted Koppel.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new Hannah Forex video?
No, she got a new one.
She's relearning ICT. That's the subject of the video.
No. Hannah?
Oh yes, she's an ICT disciple, don't you know?
Is she really? I didn't know that.
Yep.
I had no fucking idea.
And she's got like a Thailand villa. She's got to come from money, dude. She's like Asian, and I think she's like from Australia or New Zealand or something. So she's got to come from fucking money.
Well, she's going to college. Yeah, she's going to college too.
She's got some daddy money for sure. Because she's not fucking living off trading. There's no goddamn way.
Oh no, I don't think so. No, she's already said she's like a college student. It's like a hobby or something.
How do all these fucking college students on YouTube just have the money to travel like this? I don't fucking get it. I work and I can't travel like this. I can't afford shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now.
I don't really. And how do they even handle getting on these airplanes with all the rules? You know, mask this, do that. I was like, really?
My last airplane trip was to visit my brother in Washington State a couple years ago, and I'm like seriously, someone in my family's going to need a heart transplant or like a fucking kidney transplant for me before I ever get on a goddamn plane again. It was such a bad trip.
How long did you go?
It's like a 5-hour flight from where I'm at to there, right? And I got a fucking stuck with a middle seat between the two fattest motherfuckers on the planet, clearly. On these Delta seats too, man. And I mean, I'm not slim either, okay? I'm tell you right now. I mean, between the three of us, it was at least 800 pounds on this one row, right? And I'm in the middle. I got on the fucking right side of me, right in the aisle seat, I've got fucking sumo wrestler, and on the left side of me is like fucking Lurch from the Addams Family, right? I mean, he's like 7 feet tall and he's got, arms for days. And both of them are those two kind of cunts that like they got to take up all, what the 2 inches of fucking elbow space Delta seats give you. So for 5 hours like this, dude, I'm literally sitting sideways, like side straddling in my seat, because I literally cannot fucking fit in this seat between these two guys. I can't sit. Our 3 chests and shoulders are too big. I sit sideways the entire time. My back is fucking screaming. And I'm sweating to death because it's so goddamn hot on these flights. They've got like a tiny little pisser fan above you to cool you off in this fucking cylinder tube you're all stuffed in now. It's miserable, man. It is so miserable. I'd rather drive for a week.
Reach up and hit that little air thing. Turn on a little air supply for yourself.
Yeah, seriously. It was terrible. It was so terrible. And I paid like $500 for that. Wow, what a great deal.
When can I do that again?
Yeah. So from now on, any family members that are like far away, they're gonna have to learn how to Skype or something because I ain't flying.
Yeah, I don't know how people do it. I mean, just the when they came out with the TSA thing, it's crazy. The whole idea that just treat everybody like a terrorist getting on the plane. Everybody's a terrorist now.
I mean, there's there's ways to get through that quicker. I mean, really, at the rules they have now at this point, because I've been on a lot of flights. Just don't carry a ton of luggage, man. Carry one bag and just fucking.
I know how you like those people sticking the stuff in the overhead bin trying to get it in there. Like, dude, really?
Yeah, that's how it always is, man. And I'm just like,
stuff it in there.
Do you really need all this shit? That's why you're taking so goddamn long. And I'm at the point now. He's like, well, we gotta do our baby carriage. Fucking, how about you raise that child at home and stay there for 3 years or more? Then you can take.
Or how about put the kid in some type of like climate controlled box and stick him in the fucking freight and under the luggage space.
And
hook him up with an oxygen tank and like some kind of heating unit and just stick him in the fucking cargo.
And it's crazy. Like, people bitch about inflation, but I don't see anyone changing their lifestyle. I mean, obviously shit costs more, but people are like, well, fuck it, I'll just go bankrupt. I can't miss Christmas.
Yeah. No, I'm amazed. House. I'm really amazed. My view of it is like, really, I think it was like 5-6 years ago, they called it austerity over in Britain.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how these phrases come in and out of, it's amazing. And then, okay, yeah, you know what? People are spoiled, man. People live high on the hog.
They really do. Here's locally, right? Here's what I see, right? I don't know if you know what a Save-A-Lot grocery store is. It's like a discount grocery store.
I just saw an ad for that, and I didn't understand what they were saying. I kind of liked the jingle, and I was like, I got to go to the store now because the fucking jingle is so retarded. They're all wearing this orange. Yeah. No, they got a pretty catchy little fucking hook. I was like, can I get that on CD? Can I get like a high res version of that, like a FLAC version of that? That's amazing.
Well, it's a discount grocery store, right? And it's like where I shop for 90% of my groceries because I don't give a fuck and I wanted to save money, especially for meat. So they have like a weekly ad thing I always check out because they always have some kind of meat. And I keep a freezer stocked, right? Because
you never know when the end of the world's coming, yeah.
Well, you never know when motherfuckers are going to like buy out all the toilet paper type of thing, right? So,
the monkeypox paper.
I keep a freezer stocked because their shit even here was shut down for like a month. You couldn't go and buy groceries, so I was glad I did that. But anyways, they're selling $6.99 a pound ribeyes, which I don't know if that's fucking pretty good, right? For right now, $6.99 ribeye cuts.
Is that a good price?
That's a good. I mean. Yeah, that's a pretty good price. Like a regular grocery store sells them for double that.
That's per pound, or that's per
pound?
Yeah.
Per pound. So $6.99 per pound ribeyes, like $2 fucking pork ribs and stuff, right? Like per pound pork ribs. I'll stock up on that shit because that's about all I eat. So I go to buy it, because I want to, and I got there early because I'm like, dude, this shit's gonna be flying off the shelves. No one's buying this shit. And like a year or more ago, like. When you had discount steaks of ribeye, or they do prime ribs sometimes. I have prime rib cuts for $7.99. That's really fucking good. a pound.
Really?
No one's buying it. And I'm like, how is no one buying this shit, dude? This stuff normally flies off the shelf and I have to like get here really early. And I come the next day, no one's bought it. Next day, no one's bought it except me. He's like, I don't know. So I figure
people just backed off of it. People just gave up on it because they hear in the news that it's high priced.
No, what I think it is, and because I work here in the town I live in, right? I work 3 miles from where I live, basically. I see people like a line out of every fucking restaurant and fast food place. So I think people are fucking like they're just going bankrupt because I'm not changing my quality of life to go buy. I'll just won't buy groceries. Fuck it. I won't buy what I need to do what I want. That's what I think people are doing. I'm just going to keep doing what I want.
Yeah, I'm amazed that people travel during this high gas prices.
They're still traveling all over the place, man. So like we have.
I would just boycott it. I just go on strike and boycott it. I would never pay those prices.
People bitch about gas hit almost $5 here. I mean, fucking, we're in the middle of nowhere in the South, and gas hit almost $5
really?
here. And people are still like, you still see 1,000 North Carolina and Florida license plates, and people with kayaks and shit on it. Like town's all crowded with tourists. And I'm like, how the fuck are you guys affording to even drive like 50 miles right now? Are you kidding me?
And they got those big campers and all that stuff. My God.
The big campers and the big trucks. Yeah, man. Crazy. Going out to eat. And I look at like the menu for costs of stuff out here, man. It's like, oh man, how do you like a normal restaurant that like everyone would eat out of, like $15 for like a shitty meal at least.
Yeah, easily.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just too cheap. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, no, I'm just amazed. I mean, it's like about these people have so much money. I thought, well, they have a bunch of money from the COVID thing or something, and they're able to, because they got all those loans and stuff. And maybe some people are, some of these people probably work for a pharmaceutical company. They probably made more money than you can even imagine. So for them, they're probably like, oh, I got plenty of money for this high gas price. I'm ready to go. They're just all ready to go.
I mean, diesel prices for RVs be fracking insane.
I don't know what it is. It's almost like it's almost like the more expensive things get, the more people spend. It's crazy. It's buy high, sell low. That's what everyone's doing with their finances. Like, so gas prices are through the roof right now, and my dad is taking more trips to Florida and on vacation shit with his girlfriend than I've fucking ever seen him do in his life. I don't know.
Where in Florida does he go to?
The same shit he could do anywhere that has water and sun. Eats at restaurants, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a homebody.
All right, gentlemen, I'm out for the night. You guys have a good morning. It was nice talking to you.
You too, man. Have a good one.
All right.
Look at that, man. The weather's so. I got used to that warm weather. Now I'm freezing to death. It just chilled this morning. It just cooled off.
It's already starting to cool off where you're at.
Yeah, well, last night it cooled off. I kind of conditioned for this really high temperatures, and now when it gets to be just
Very
70,
cooler
72
than that.
degrees, I'm like, oh my God, I'm freezing.
Oh, fuck. Gotta get a jacket on, shit.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Start a fire in the fireplace. What's going on here? What do we got? Yeah, this is just. It's funny how gold tanked. I like to see gold go down to 1,000. Yeah, I know those people that have those. They have their channels so dialed out. I'm just amazed. But gosh, so one guy's got, and some of the rooms these people are in, like they're in these rooms that are like 20-foot ceiling. It's 1,000 square foot room. Okay.
Yeah, what's the rent on that shit? Jesus.
Dude, I'm in a room that's so small. I think it's a closet, but that's just how I like. I like it just like a cozy little room.
Oh, yeah, dude, I'm in a basement room. It's so nice and cool down here. Don't even have the ceiling up. It's just got the insulation. It's awesome.
That's what I got too. I think I can see the Pink Panther right from where I'm sitting here. I got some rigid foam insulation, so I got Pink Panther right here on the wall. Yeah, this market's crazy, man. The Bitcoin sell off a little bit. I forgot to look at my Bitcoin. I don't know about the Bitcoin. Looks like it's tanking again. Yeah, it sure is quiet. Everybody's waiting for the big news to come out, I guess.
Oh, wow. I looked away for a few minutes and the dollar dropped. I didn't even see it. I'm paying attention.
Are you looking at dollar index or?
Euro dollar, sorry.
Yeah, it's stuck into the floor here from, I think it took it the low from a couple days ago. From Tuesday?
Hit the low from yesterday.
It took out Friday's low. Or Monday's low.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait,
So it's just kind of
I don't even know what fucking day it is. It's Tuesday, right? I should know that.
Yeah, the
'cause I already
dollar.
worked today.
Right, no, it's Tuesday. No, it's hard to keep track. It's hard to keep track sometimes. It's certainly in the window there. Trapped below yesterday's low.
I'd buy that.
Yeah, I think I could make 25 pips on that if it goes back into the fold, back up into the. It's kind of going to go up 10 pips here to get the party started, but looks like the sellers are coming in on the CAD though. 4 back to the floor on the 4-hour CAD, so like those people are probably getting ready to sell. Nasdaq just took a bounce. Yeah, gold looks like it's ready to finally do a retrace here on the daily. It looks like it's finally queuing up a little bit. Yeah, this guy's...
See, I'm such a fucking noob poser scrub. I don't even look at gold. I don't. What's the name for gold? What is it
it's
called?
I think it's XAU. I look at it because people look
XAU,
at it.
XAU, okay.
Yeah, I only look at it because
right.
it's kind of fascinating, but I don't really trade. I don't trade anything really like that. But
no, I wouldn't.
I mean, but I definitely for fascination purposes that hit 1700, and I mean it was at $2,000. I mean it's 19, so it's down $200 an ounce. I guess it's a pretty good deal if you're a long term investor in gold. I'd definitely buy it. But like I say, in my mind, it should be $1,000 an ounce. It's just totally overpriced.
I feel like these days, man, if you're a long-term investor in anything with these markets, you're a goober.
Well, it depends how long you're going to live. You know, when are you going to cash out? When are you going to party, right? When are you going to party?
Exactly. When are you going to buy your discount steaks? That's how I look at it. That's all I care. I feel like a fuck when I come home with like $300 worth of ribeyes that are on sale. I feel like
gold
a fucking
bars
king.
to you. You feel like like you're a stacker, like a gold stacker, be a steak stacker, a ribeye stacker.
I do. I feel like I just screwed everyone else over and I just robbed a treasure.
You stopped everybody out of a ribeye.
That's right. I do. I've emptied that store before. I really have.
So when they see you pull up, the people start to go, "Here he comes!" Like, hurry up, get what you can get. The store owner puts on an alert.
When I pull up, when I get up to the fucking register with literally like a buggy full, like I grabbed it all. One time, right before, like in 2019, right before the first COVID, like shit, like it was like December. I remember this, 19 or January 2020. I saw the fucking people online talking about COVID. I'm like, oh fuck, dude, this shit's about to hit the news, and people are gonna act crazy, like it's the end of the world. I already know what's gonna fucking happen, and they're gonna shut stuff down for no goddamn reason. Because at this time, like the internet was already like, it's like we don't really know what this is, but it doesn't look like it's like fucking end of the world shit. It just looks like it looks worse than it really is, right? I think I bought like a year's worth of fucking ribeye steaks. They were on sale for $4.99. I fucking bought all of them. Because I got a giant freezer and I filled those fuckers up. The guys looked at me like I was crazy. Like, what are you buying all this steak for? I'm like, to eat. Because that's basically all I eat is steak.
Is that healthy to eat just steak, or?
Oh yeah.
Is this the Paleolithic diet?
Yeah, I'm one of those carnivore cultists. You know. It's great for you. I never felt better than when I'm eating all meat. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, I did it for a while, then I got sick, so I quit. But I did. I was feeling different. I don't know if it was better, but yeah. So
because you got to eat a lot of fat. That's like the biggest thing right there. You got to have a lot of fat in your diet, or you're gonna fucking feel sick.
Right. Well, I was eating burgers, so it was meat though. It's kind of like premium burgers, so to speak.
Premium burgers, yeah. I've done that. I've tried like a lot of ground beef, and I felt the same way you did. I felt kind of like I don't know what it is with the ground beef.
Yeah.
I tried that, and I got sick of it pretty quickly. But steaks, I'll do steaks and pork and shit like that. But I don't know. I feel it feels natural to me. Maybe not everyone can do it. I know I feel a lot better when I do it. A lot. And my bowel movements are, on point.
Well, you definitely need what is the vitamin that's in that? Or the iron, right? The iron, and there's something else, vitamin. I can't remember what vitamins are in there.
I don't know.
Vitamin
all the
B12, right?
fucking-
B12's in a
Yeah,
steak
that's all
or
that shit in
something.
there. It's all great. Pork's the real superfood. You know, you can do like if you
Oh, is it?
pork, you can live off the pork. Yeah, it's
Really?
got literally everything the body needs.
It's one-stop shopping, huh?
It is, and it's great because it's so fucking cheap. That's really a big thing for me. I mean, even if I wasn't like doing this, I'd still probably eat like 90% meat. I don't know, man. I grew up, and my mom could not feed me vegetables to save my life. Like she could never. I hate beans. I won't eat any green vegetables. They all taste disgusting to me.
Well, you must hate. This is cauliflower. I'm sorry, coleslaw. I can't understand, and the other one I can't understand is because people rave about these things is Brussels sprouts, but
Ugh, oh my god,
I'm
that's
like
fucking
Jesus,
rabbit food.
that's brutal.
Like about the only vegetable I eat is pickles. Really,
Really, pickles, yeah.
that's it.
Or
That's
black
literally it.
black olives, right?
And fuck black olives. That's the worst ever. I hate the taste of that's. I don't know how people can eat those fucking things.
Mushrooms are pretty neutral.
I don't like any of them. I don't like
Really?
pickles because it's like crunchy and vinegar.
You're
That's
putting
the only
onions
reason.
on your steak, huh?
I don't even like that really that much. I don't even bother. It's just steak and cheese. It's basically and pickles. It's
Steak and
really all I
cheese.
fucking eat. I don't
Sounds
know,
really
man.
healthy.
I don't know. Just something natural to me. And my mom told me like I started eating whole food when I was like 2-3 months old.
Oh, you say eating
Never-
steaks back then?
Yeah, like I never had formula. She couldn't get me to have it. I
Yeah, the
refused it.
formula thing. I never really did formula. I don't think, unless I wasn't paying attention. I think I was doing applesauce out of little jars or something.
I wouldn't even do that shit, man. I mean, I like fruits, okay, but I'm not really big on them. I don't know, man. I got some caveman DNA. I got all my wisdom teeth. They all came in straight. I got a fucking
Oh, that's how you're able
Klingon
to
skull.
chew that steak.
Yeah. Just want to kill.
So you're like
I'd
a
see fucking-
hybrid. You're a beast mode.
I am. I just, but in like the truest sense of beast mode, where I like to sleep 12 hours straight. That kind of beast mode, Not the one on the poster, but the lion in the zoo that's like fucking slumped down on a rock, like asleep for 14 hours in the sun. That's the kind of beast mode I am. I don't like to waste energy, Just
It's
wanna sit
like
there.
a sloth. You're saying.
Right? Yeah, I'm like that kind of beast. Energy efficient is what I am. People are like, "You want to do
Just eat a
something?" I'm
steak and
like,
a nap.
"Nah, I'm the steak man." That's right.
Yeah, I know people that
Yeah,
want to
steak.
do stuff. I never understood that either. I'm just an indoor guy. When I was a kid, they'd go outside and play. I'm like, what would be the point of that?
Especially
Get
now,
bit
man,
by
people-
bugs and stuff. End up with poison ivy.
Yeah.
I tried going outside. It didn't work. Another epic fail.
People that go, "Man, I sure am bored." I'm like, "Man, you have a fucking computer. You have like an infinite amount of knowledge. Go learn something. You have a library at your feet. How can you be bored?"
I guess if you grow up on it, it's like, oh, okay, but I can do that. That's something I can do, so it's boring now. Novelty's worn off, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, I hear people go, "Man, I sure am bored." I'm like, "You got a computer?" I'm like, "I don't want to do that." And then they go watch TV. Like, what are you kidding me? I don't know how people can watch TV either, so maybe that's just me.
Well, the TV commercials. God, I was in
So
the restaurant the
boring.
other morning
Yeah.
and they had the TV on and they were still talking about stuff. I was like, you really still talking about that? Like, local TV is kind of fun, though, because it's so campy. It's just so fucking amateur.
Yeah, I'd like to see your local TV. I bet they're still talking about masking up.
Oh. They
Which is
said
just
the
crazy to me.
TSA is going to be masking up soon here. Well,
Holy
all the
shit.
schools, all the back-to-school kids are supposed to be masked up.
That's just so backwards
It's sad.
compared
It's
to
sad
how we
as
are
hell.
here.
It's very sad, but that's
People
how they
here
do it.
forgot COVID existed.
Yeah, that's my kind of place. I mean, there's places around here I could go up in the country. Like, I'll just go about 20 miles north here, and that probably no such thing as masks. But go to the city. I see people on their bicycle in a mask still to this day.
Oh man, that's just nuts to me.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
I've seen one person, and that was when I got COVID about 2 weeks ago because my people I work with, they all got it and they infected me. So I guess it was going around there again, for like the 5th time. And this one woman, because I work in a local county building here, a local government, and she's like all masked up. She's like scared to touch anyone. She's like, "Are you okay?" When she met me, "Are you sure?" And she's got her big dumb mask on. Like, yeah,
she's afraid to touch people.
Last week. I'm gonna go, yeah, I'm fine, and just like fucking like cough all over her on purpose.
Yeah, no, it's. I've been in a hospital long. They say hospital's the worst place for sick people. There's so many bugs
It really
in
is.
there.
So many doctors in there. That's what you gotta worry about. I ain't worried about the bugs. I'm worried about the doctors fucking everything up.
They do cut off the wrong arm occasionally.
Oh man. It's all a joke now. It's all a fucking joke. It's so stupid now.
Yeah, it's really turned into it's turned into its own thing. It's got a life of its own.
I know. I'm not looking forward to like when election cycles come back again.
I'm not surprised though, if you think about it. Look at all the advertisements on TV about how to stay looking young and all this stuff. People want to live forever. They think they can live forever and look like they're 20 years old forever.
Yeah,
so
they really do.
when the COVID hit, the fear of dying is so high, and the fear of this and that. I mean, there's so much fear, because why would you care whether you're... The idea that you care that your face is wrinkled, man, then you're really going to care if you think that there's a deadly disease out there, right? I mean, the threshold is so shallow now. The tolerance for things not going right, I guess.
Yeah, why do you want to look young? You don't even want to, like, you're like 60 years old. Why do you want to look young? You don't think young. If you were, what, are you going to hang around 20-year-olds? No, they'll drive you fucking nuts. So why would you want to look like them?
Yeah.
And people who they want to, like, they're afraid if they're dying. They're afraid they're dying. They're afraid they're going to look old, but also they don't like do anything. They don't do any, like, they don't, people just like, they're all fat as shit. Right. So I'm like, you're whining that your health is bad, and you can't do a push-up. Do something about it. Do some work. Stop waiting for someone to save you.
It's really how much you, because they have these ads on the radio, and that for years, diet books and all this stuff. And the ad on the radio is, hey, take this new food regimen. But most people can't, the discipline to stick to the food regimen. It sounds good on paper. Mm-hmm. Sure, if we mail you this meal and you only eat this meal, but who's not cheating on that, right? Who's not, just have some M&Ms after that, some kind of, you've seen the ads where they send you this proportion food. I'm like, man, the guy that can stick to that probably doesn't need that service. I mean, just...
Yeah, exactly. You don't need it, man. It's not, because it's not what you're eating in your house. It's fucking your family members and all the people, your friends and shit, that want to, hey, we're going out to eat. We have a feeling that you're trying to diet, so let's go sabotage that. Come on, buddy. We're going to Applebee's. You want some... Come on, we're going out to eat every other day. You want a big potato loaf? Stuff that in your face.
I go to Applebee's because the staff is hot looking. They always hire really cute girls there. And so last time I was there, the people in there, dude, I'm surprised they don't have an oxygen thing in their nose, I've seen that too. I've seen where people are at the all-you-can-eat buffets with the oxygen in their nose, their tank behind them.
Here's what I've noticed, and maybe this is just here. So if you like fast food, right, but you want hot girls, I don't know what it is, but Chick-fil-A's is like the new Hooters for hot girls, but they're fat. I mean, our Chick-fil-A, they're all like fucking young hot girls up there.
Wow.
For some goddamn reason.
Yeah, I guess it's an easy get to get, you know.
And, you know, and they're all Christian because Chick-fil-A, you know, they're closed on Sunday, so, you know.
Yeah,
variable.
It's amazing. And the hostess has to be hot. Can't have anybody taking to your table with a ugly ass, you know.
Mm-hmm. So you can tell, like, which it's weird. Like the restaurants, they hire like exclusively hot girls, but like the shitty places around here, like it's because you know, places really are having trouble finding people to work because nobody wants these fucking jobs anymore. So like the Wendy's down here, I swear to God, they were hiring dudes straight out of jail.
Wow. They had a tattoo right on their face.
Yes, literally. I pulled up the drive-through. Guy had like tattoos all across his face and his arms and shit. And he had this look. I don't know if you've like met guys that have like been inside. They have this like just
rough look.
They look. They're always on edge, you know.
Yeah.
And that's how he is. And he's like no bullshit. He's like all business too. But it's like this weird prisoner type of business where he's just like, he's staring at me intently like I'm going to produce a shiv at any moment. Doesn't say shit. Just grabs the money, gives it back to you, nothing. Which I kind of appreciate, actually.
Yeah,
I don't want my food people
no
to talk to
smile,
me.
no pleasant smile, no thank you.
It's awesome, man. I love that, actually. Just fucking... Just be quiet.
Shut up and give me my ribeye. I'll smack you in the face.
Give me my Baconator. Go away.
The Baconator. Yeah, bacon was a... Well, stuff calmed down at some point there. There was a big order imbalance. I saw it was Walmart had a problem. Nobody's buying their barbecues. I guess it cost too much for 4th of July this year.
Oh, it costs too much, but watch. People will be fucking stacked out the ass like they are now everywhere.
Oh, it's amazing. No, I don't see anybody cutting back. Nobody's skipping a meal.
No.
This is your chance to kind of go on a diet.
It is, and it's like people are just doubling down. Like my town is like 800 people, man, right? And we've got... Like we had a Scottish festival. It's like a yearly Scottish festival here. I've never seen so many fucking people at this fucking festival than I ever have this year in my life. There was more people at this festival than I think this town can hold. And it cost $20 to park just to get in the fucking thing.
Jesus, $20.
$20 to walk down to the park where they had this stuff. And I mean,
is it a nice parking space, though? Is it a nice parking space? Is it flat?
No. I mean, it's flat, but it's on the grass, you know, because it was so many people. It's like filled up our local park here. And then, like the food, you know, little food stands. I mean, it was like $30 for like one meal for one person. And so many people. So, I mean, yeah, shit's expensive, but people aren't acting like shit's expensive. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, the people aren't backing down a notch, really. Actually, I saw people.
Up, in fact,
I saw people on the highway when gas was $5.20 up here. People were just punching it and doing like 110. They were like, "Fuck you." I mean, there was almost like a "fuck you" attitude. Like, I'm just gonna double down on my spend. I'm just gonna spend more. Yeah. And defiantly, defiantly standing in front of the inflation train.
Correct. That's what people are doing. It's like.
Yeah, they're like, I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll just buy extra.
You won't tell me. It's like they think we're going to run out.
No, there's guys in big trucks, get bad mileage. I see those guys just, it's not like they're babying the throttle on the gas. They've been at, we've been at these prices for a while, but yeah, when that last dollar, and the diesel prices is the weird thing because usually diesel's cheaper because it's dirtier. But that diesel was above gas, which is weird.
Mm-hmm.
People
It
lost
is
their
kind
mind
of
over
fun
that.
to see, though, because you got all the fundamentalists for everything now. They're like, this doesn't make any sense. No, man, it doesn't. It's not going to.
Yeah,
Stop
order
it from your
imbalances
fundamentals.
create, gaps, and they really, and then you got too much inventory. Now the price drops hard. Then they have this. Then they have a sale. But it's just volatility now, really.
Yeah.
It's pure volatility.
Fundamentally speaking, this can't happen.
Yeah, it's almost like but the problem is it's one big giant system. So if somebody adjusts another part of the system, it's really, you can't make those. It's an organic situation. Everything's moving.
Yeah.
All the parts are moving, so people will jump from this sector to that sector, and all of a sudden, what's so funny is that the electric car idea is just hysterical because, like, if everybody had an electric car and they plugged it in the grid would blow up. So what would you do then? Just put more solar panels on the grid? Like, where are these people going with this logic?
I got to find these pictures of these fucking guys with their Teslas literally pulling around a fucking generator behind their car, a gas generator.
Oh, just in case? You mean like on a trailer? Just
yeah, on like a little tiny trailer. Yes, literally.
really? Because it would just like if they have to stop in the middle of Death Valley, would you recommend taking your electric car into Death Valley?
Oh, God.
I just heard that the solar panels don't perform very well below 60 degrees and above 92 degrees. They just don't perform that well. That could be a problem.
Probably the break. I don't know.
The efficiency.
Like, I have a hybrid, and I've already, like, I basically have disconnected the fucking battery.
Really?
Because it sucks so goddamn bad, yeah.
Oh, is that the way to stop it from trying to... You just disconnect the battery, that like turns off the electric side of the car?
Partially. So I've got like an old, like, first-gen hybrid Honda, right? Because I can't... this car is just giving me nothing but problems. So here's what happens, and I think this is probably still true of even like modern hybrids, is that the batteries, the hybrid batteries, right, that are in them, they're only good for like the 100,000 miles on the car, which my car just exceeded, and then they fucking go bad, right?
Really?
So there's like some crazy I don't know. I've looked at like do-it-yourselfers that like they do some crazy shit to repurpose these batteries, but I don't have a tool shop and all the equipment they need to do that, and I'm not that smart. Or you can buy them. You buy them either from aftermarket type ones, or from Honda themselves. The ones from Honda are like $3,000. Aftermarkets are like $1,500 to $2,000
for the battery.
So you're already spending like a ton.
Is there like a refurbished battery, like a used refurbished battery? There's no such thing.
I think there is, but I think these are just like ones that people make that are just they're not Honda brand type of stuff. They're just aftermarket type stuff, so they'll be cheaper, but
Right.
They're not made by Honda. But these are just basically a ton. These are like 50 lithium batteries, right? That's really all this is put together. So, there's more pollution there for you talking about.
Oh, it's really strapped in series. They're strapped together batteries, huh? Okay.
Pretty much. That's really all it is. They're just like 50 giant circular lithium batteries, like stuck together in a case. And the whole system is like routed through this. Everything is routed through this. And it's like the way the computer works is where it'll just like switch between the battery, the hybrid battery, and then regular gas, depending on what RPMs you're doing.
Right.
So I don't have the money to fucking dump on a new battery. So I found this do-it-yourselfer to like basically disconnect the battery and then, just route everything through the alternator. Unfortunately, you can't 100% do it, or at least I've not found a way. So the battery, like your alternator battery, your 12 volt, whatever, your car battery, it only charges like between 1,500 and 3,500 RPMs. So I've had to,
So when you're going down a hill, like the charges when you're going down a hill, like when
only if I'm revving, only if I'm fucking putting gas on it. That's the only way it'll charge. As I've learned, so I have to keep a wall charger at home and basically charge up, because I never do any highway driving. I'm going to work like 3 miles every day, right? But I got to keep my battery charged. So you can, obviously, if you sit in idle, in 30 minutes your battery will be dead. So I got to keep my battery charged at home, basically, with this piece of shit hybrid, because the hybrid battery's dead in it, and my car battery is all I got left. Such a fucking pain in the ass. Nothing works.
So is it save gas though in the end? I mean, if it was, I mean, when you do the math on the price of the battery though, you're saying it's kind of like not worth it.
That's another thing. It's not, also because as the battery gets worn down, the less gas mileage you get. And with my old style hybrid, even when the battery was new, it's about only as good as like a modern fucking subcompact car would be for gas mileage. Like these newer cars now, they have like such crazy good gas mileage that So right now my hybrid is getting worse gas mileage than a modern fucking car, than a regular car. I'm saving the planet. Yeah. Big waste of time. I mean, I got a deal on the car, and it's not like I buy cars every year. This is the second car I've ever had, all right, in 15 years, ever. And I would love to get rid of it, but the way used car prices are right now.
Forgot that.
Yeah.
Yeah, who could afford that?
I mean, I'm like seeing like 99 Corollas for $5,000. That kind of shit. Crazy stuff. That have like 250,000 miles on them.
Amazing.
So maybe one day.
Yeah, cheap cars just are not around, are they?
Hoping maybe, one day soon we'll get back into the realm of reality of used car prices, but who the fuck knows? Everything is worth exactly what people will pay for it. So I don't know.
Yeah, unless it's a collector's item car, right? You're buying some vintage.
Yeah. A car NFT. I don't know.
Yeah, the world certainly changed fast. It changed so fast, man. I mean, everybody's excited about Bitcoin, and then that crashed, and then we're excited about people just jump from one side of the ship to the other.
Mm-hmm. And then I know you find this. I know it's got to give you a chuckle anytime like Bitcoin crashes or goes to, anytime it just fucking trends all of a sudden, right? Or just like goes from one crazy price to the next really quickly. It's when people bitch and go, when's Bitcoin going to get some regulation? This is
God. That's all it needs, right? That would save it.
That would save them some. That would save.
No, would it save it? I don't know if it would work, but
no. Nothing's going to save
it would probably make it worse, because then it would take all the volatility away.
When does regulation ever save anybody?
Yeah, well, it sounds like a good idea, because you have a governor on your engine so it doesn't blow up. So they're thinking they're trying to be protecting things, That's a protective attitude.
Yeah, it's just going to save you. It's yeah, you'd probably like this if you. I know you don't watch NASCAR, right? But that's a perfect. NASCAR is like a perfect example of like inflation. I mean, not inflation. Fucking, I just had a word blank out of my mind. Blah, blah. Rules and shit like that, come to save you. Regulation, Jesus Christ. You ever had a word in your head just like fucking delete itself?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So NASCAR is a perfect example like that,
oh, yeah. Well, everybody has the same car. Everybody's on the same page.
Precisely. So this is the how basically, you know, when Dale Earnhardt had that big crash and died in '05, that's when everything changed. So they decided we're going to regulate NASCAR, right? All the owners of it. And they regulated it to the point that nobody watches it anymore.
Not enough car crashes. Not enough car crashes to tune in.
Well, it's more than that. I mean, it's not even just about, people think it was like about the car crash, but it's not that. It's about, you know, NASCAR fans, right? And I know I'm not a NASCAR fan. My dad's a heavy NASCAR fan. So he's like ranted to me about this stuff before. So this is why I know it. You know, NASCAR fans, they care about the sport, right? Which the sport is not just the driver. It's also the pit crew and the people who are even building the car. All those parts are what make up the sport what it is. What make, you know, it's not just who's got the best driver, it's who's got the best car, who's got the best crew, who's got the best mechanics.
Yeah, who can change the tires the fastest?
Right. So when you regulate everything to make, you know, everyone have the exact same car, and then you put new rules in so they're constantly stopping, lo and behold, nobody wants to watch it anymore. And then you just defeat. What did your regulation accomplish? Nothing. And they've not really learned that. So what do? Right? It's like, people stopped tuning into NASCAR. So then there was this era where they're like, man, no one's watching NASCAR. You know what we should do? Let's find a female and like try to make her the best, tout her as the greatest thing ever. So I don't know if you heard of Danica Patrick. You know, they had like 10 years of that shit.
Is she the pit stop girl?
No, she was a racer. She was a NASCAR driver that they basically, she had no business being a NASCAR driver. She was She wasn't even just a girl who was mediocre that they were trying to make into something great. She was a really shitty driver and a shitty person. She was a real cunt. But 10 years they tried to push her, and lo and behold, this, you know, it's just, no, dude, what you got to do to fix your sport is you got to stop being afraid of risk and fucking get rid of so much of your regulation, man. Yeah, it's a tragedy what happened to Dale Earnhardt. That's the risk. You blow up your account. You start over. That's the point. That's what makes it fun. It's like all these people that want to, you know, they're trying to get rid of fighting in hockey.
Yeah, that'd be, what would point of that? What would point of hockey be, right?
Yeah. Well, it's you know how regulation is. It's never, okay, we're just going to do this one thing to fix this one problem. No, it's once they start regulating one thing, they never stop. One regulation turns into 10, which turns into 100. And the next thing you know, before you can even think, you know, what you had is not what it's not even fucking close. You don't even know why you're doing it anymore.
Yeah, right.
So, and that's, I'm ranting a lot here, but, you know, that's people that bitching about, we need regulation in the Bitcoin, in all the coins. Well, then you're just going to turn it into another fucking shitty market like stocks, you know? That's the whole point of the Bitcoin, is that it's not regulated. These people fucking get, man.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a free market, you know? It's a free market idea.
That's what it is. You said that you want to see Bitcoin crash, regulate it. It'll crash like fucking crazy then. Won't be worth shit. Anyway, sorry to...
Oh, I don't care. We're just sitting here. I don't care.
Your live stream.
No, nobody watches anyway, so.
That's true. It's true. Your setup's not clean enough. We don't have 20
it's just not slick enough. I'm sorry.
It's not. Where's 20 minutes of what's going on in your daily life before you even start trading? I'm sorry, not before you start trading, before you start analyzing the market. I don't want to see you trade. I want to see you analyze. That's how you get viewers.
Yeah, you can't lose any money analyzing.
Yeah, I remember, and for a while there, you had the Canadian and all these other guys. Just you guys were in a bot algo frenzy conversation.
Yeah, I just couldn't. It's just all fantasy talk, really.
It really is. That's why I wasn't here. I was just like, ugh, I don't even want to hear that.
Right? No, I couldn't. I mean, and it's just you're just speculating on speculation,
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny because I noticed really quick. It's the type of robot you're talking about is like completely different from the type of robot they're all talking about, and it's like they're not getting what you were saying. You weren't talking about some crazy algorithmic robot that does everything for you. It was just it was 20 of them that do something simple. Fucking
yeah.
They hit the same nail over and over again. That's all it did. That's all you were talking about.
Yeah, just creating a team of those,
Right, just a team of drones.
Yeah, because I just don't see how, and just the amount of just writing in Python and all, it's just not necessary.
Yeah,
it's already here. It's MT4, and it's execution, and this is going to be, you really have to. No, you don't need all that. It's just too much.
Mm-hmm. And then as soon as they talk about selling it, I'm just like, oh, here we fucking go. Here we go.
Yeah, that's another thing. It was tough to take because I can't really think in terms like that. Really, like, I'm going to sell this to who's my customer? Like, who are these people that are going to spend besides you're competing with a bunch of people that have already done that.
Yeah.
You're not the first guy. I know it seems like that when you're 8 years old. Like, I'm the first guy to think of this. No, you're not.
And isn't the whole point you got into this game? I don't want to be a salesman. Isn't the whole draw? I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in this. I don't know what it is. Isn't the whole draw of this forex thing? Because my dream is to sit in my underwear and not have to sell stuff. I don't want to go outside. That's the whole point. Isn't that the dream? Isn't that what we're dreaming? Isn't that what we're fighting for? I thought that's what we were fighting for.
Yeah, be your own boss, so to speak.
Something like that. Something akin to that, Something just to get back your time. I thought that was the whole point of what we're doing here. Was to, take hold of your time again and not work so fucking hard. Not to complicate things, these fucking people that come in and just like, oh no, man, we're gonna rewrite the whole that MT4 is not good enough for what we're trying to do, buddy.
Yeah, I don't understand that either, but I mean,
something.
If you know how to play guitar, if you know how to play guitar, you don't need a fucking $3,000 guitar.
Oh, you need a 20 string bass. That 6 string's not going to do it. I don't know if my musical analogy was accurate. I don't know nothing about music, so.
Oh yeah, well that's the idea. If you just had one more foot switch, you'd sound good.
Good God. Wow. Look at that euro dollar. Holy shit. That's quite a fucking move.
That's a deep discount. I'll take that price.
Oh, you just
big beat down there.
Oof. You're gonna buy? That's a confirmation. I'm gonna sell that. It's confirmation. I've waited forever for this 60 pip confirmation candle.
20 pips under yesterday's low now. 25 pips under, 30 pips under yesterday's low.
Oh, I love seeing that shit. That is beautiful. That is an algorithm ruining move right there. I'll be right back. I need some coffee. All right, I'm back. What's up? Not a fucking thing. Let's see.
Hello, hello.
Low.
Is that Simpleton?
No, it's the other guy.
Oh, the other guy. How are you, other guy?
I'm all right.
I think I see Simpleton online.
I think Simpleton fell asleep. He's old, you know.
He does that time to time.
It does.
Ooh, NASDAQ. Nice. I think I'll just mute too.